Hey guys, tonight you find yourself beneath the low black rafters of a monastery guest house where smoke from the hearth gathers above your head and the cold stone wall presses winter through your wool cloak. Damp straw rustles under your boots, a beeswax candle gutters beside an iron key, a clay cup of thin ale, and a loaf so coarse it might have been baked from gravel, and sincere disappointment. Beyond the oak door, river mist curls across the yard, horses breathe white clouds into the dark, and distant bells mark an hour no one here seems eager to name. Medieval travel brochures really oversold this experience. The mud alone could swallow a shoe, a prayer, and perhaps a small tax collector. You probably would not last a week out here, though the suspicious monk by the fire appears to have doubts you will manage until breakfast. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And while the logs settle and the rain taps against the shutters, leave a comment telling everyone where you are listening from and what time it is there. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You draw your stool closer to the fire, careful not to disturb the dog sleeping beneath the bench. The animal has followed you since the broken cartwheel near the river crossing, and no one has yet admitted that it belongs to them. It raises one ear as an old scribe settles opposite you, his fingers stained dark with oak gall ink. His robe smells faintly of wet wool, lamp smoke, and the bitter herbs kept near the infirmary for coughs, fevers, melancholy, and nearly every other complaint the brothers cannot confidently identify. On his knees rests a bundle of parchment leaves tied with faded red cord. The writing is not Latin, or so he tells you. It comes from lands beyond the sea, from broken temples and cities older than any saint in the monastery calendar. Some swear that merchants carried the tale westward in pieces, each piece changing slightly whenever a storyteller needed another cup of ale. Others insist that the whole account once belonged to a blind poet who could remember 10,000 lines, but perhaps not where he had left his sandals. No one can quite agree whether this is wisdom miracle or simply the natural condition of poet. The scribe loosens the cord. At once the little guest house seems farther away. The bell beyond the walls fades into another bell, bronze and deep-sounding across a plain, beneath a foreign moon. The wet rushes beneath your boots become trampled grass outside a besieged city. The soot-black rafters stretch into the darkness over Greek tents, wagon wheels, stacked shields, and watchfires sinking low before dawn. You stand before Troy. For 10 long years the city has endured behind high walls. 10 summers have baked the dust hard around its towers. 10 winters have sent rain through the seams of Greek tents and stiffened cloaks beside smoky braziers. The warriors who came seeking glory now spend much of their time patching sandals, bargaining for onions, mending straps, and complaining that someone else has taken the least lumpy sleeping place. Heroic warfare, you discover, contains rather more laundry than the songs generally mention. The Greeks have crossed the sea because Paris, prince of Troy, carried away Helen, wife of Menelaus of Sparta. Whether she fled willingly, was persuaded by the divine mischief, or was taken against her wishes, depends on who tells the tale and how much they dislike Paris. Those who tell the story never fully agree. They do agree that kings gathered ships, launched vows were remembered, and pride did the rest. Now the camp feels old, leather cracks, bronze dulls. Men who once arrived clean-shaven have beards threaded with grey. Boys who carried water have become soldiers. The graves beyond the camp outnumber the wells. Yet Troy still stands its gates shut, its towers catching the first thin light. Among the Greeks walks Odysseus, king of rocky Ithaca. He is not the tallest man in the camp, nor the broadest, nor the most splendidly armoured. His gift is the quieter thing, the thought that arrives while others are shouting. He notices loose hinges, forgotten paths, impatient guards, hungry men, proud kings, and the dangerous moment when confidence begins to resemble foolishness. He knows how fear moves through a crowd. He knows how hope may be shaped like a lie. By the half-burned fire he speaks with craftsmen. Axes rise, adzes scrape. Great timbers are hauled from the shore. A wooden horse begins to take shape, enormous and hollow, its flanks curved beneath ropes and torchlight. You hear mallets striking pegs through the night, a steady, dull rhythm like distant monastery bells. The men smear the wood with pitch and dust. They fit a hidden door into its belly. They argue about the ladder who must climb inside first, and air holes, a detail that might reasonably have been discussed earlier. Odysseus chooses the warriors who will hide within. The rest prepare to sail away, though not truly away. They burn parts of the camp, leave the horse before Troy, and draw their ships behind a nearby island where Trojan watchers cannot see them. On the shore remains Sinon, a Greek selected to play the abandoned victim. He has a convincing face for misery, perhaps, because he has just realized how much of the plan depends upon Trojans believing him. Morning spreads pale gold across the plain. From Troy's walls, sentries see the empty camp. The news runs through the streets, gates grown open. Men and women step cautiously beyond them. Priests approach with staffs and garlands. The horse stands alone, absurdly large, silent beneath the sky. You move among the Trojans as they circle it. Their robes brush the dust, their voices rise and fall. Some call it an offering, some call it a trap. Some want to burn it, others want to drag it into the city as proof of victory. Cassandra, the doomed prophet, warns them. Laocoon, a priest, warns them too, and hurls a spear into the horse's side. Inside, bronze and leather shift softly. A man nearly coughs. Another presses his hand over the fellow's mouth. Even now it is hard to tell whether Troy falls, because the gods have decided it, because men are tired of being cautious, or because a giant wooden horse is exactly the sort of object people become irrational about after 10 years of siege. Then Sinon tells his story. He says the Greeks have fled. He says the horse is sacred. He says it is so large because the Greeks hoped the Trojans could never bring it inside their gates. This last detail works beautifully because nothing encourages determined labor like the suggestion that a task cannot be done. Ropes are fastened, rollers are placed beneath the wooden feet. The horse lurches forward, men strain. Wheels creak, priests chant, women scatter flowers. Somewhere a carpenter watches the contraption tilt and decides that all gods, Greek or Trojan, are now responsible for the workmanship. The horse passes through the gate. Night falls over Troy with feasting. Torches burn in courtyards, wine is poured into cups, meat turns over coals, musicians play beneath painted walls. After 10 years of fear, the city breathes freely. People sleep without armor, close at hand. Guards drink more than guards should. Lamps go dark one by one. Inside the horse, Odysseus waits. The air is close and hot. Sweat chills beneath armor. Knees ache. A wooden peg presses into someone's back. Through narrow seams comes the smell of pitch flowers, smoke, and roasted meat. You wait with them, listening to the celebrations fade. The city grows quiet. The moon crosses above the roofs. At last, Sinon approaches and gives the signal. The hidden door opens, a rope drops. Odysseus climbs down into the darkness, followed by the others. Their sandals touch Trojan stone. They move through alleys where spent torches hiss in their brackets. Doors remain closed. Dogs stir and settle. From a shrine comes the scent of oil and laurel. They reach the gates and lift the bars. Across the plain, small lights answer. The Greek fleet has returned. What follows is remembered as the fall of Troy, though the scribe beside your fire does not dwell upon the harshest parts. He turns the parchment slowly and lets the violence remain mostly beyond the shuttered doors of the telling. You hear confusion running, feet bronze, striking bronze timber cracking under flame. You see red light climb the towers, families flee through courtyards, warriors search for fathers, brothers, sons, and exits that no longer remain open. Odysseus moves through the burning city with victory close enough to taste, yet the taste is ash. The Greeks reclaim Helen. Priam's palace falls, sacred places are violated, oaths are broken in the excitement of triumph. Some men boast that Troy has fallen by their strength alone. Others credit Athena, Hera Poseidon, fate, cleverness, patience, or the general usefulness of carpentry. The gods, who are never especially calm when mortals divide credit, begin to take notice. Odysseus himself has done what no spear could accomplish. His plan has opened Troy. His name will travel across seas and through centuries. Yet, in the smoky dawn, as he stands among fallen stones and drifting embers, pride settles over him like a bright cloak. Pride is warm at first. It tells him he has outwitted kings that walls cannot hold against his mind, and that the voyage home will be a small thing. Ithaca waits across the sea, no more than a line of dark hills, olive trees, goat stone paths, and familiar rooms. Penelope waits. waits. His son Telemachus, a baby when Odysseus sailed, now nears manhood. His old father waits among the orchards. The household hearth waits beneath a roof that has not heard his footsteps for a decade. He looks toward the ships. Men carry plunder down to the shore. Bronze vessels, woven cloth-carved chests, jars of oil shields, tripods and objects whose ownership has become wonderfully flexible since sunrise. Sailors load water amphorae and sacks of barley. Captains count men, then count again, because heroes are often poor at standing where they are supposed to stand. The ships smell of salt rope, pine tar, damp wood, and old sweat. Oars lie ready along the benches. Sails are patched but strong. The sea beyond the harbour appears calm beneath the morning haze. A favourable wind rises. Before departure, sacrifices are made, barley is scattered, wine darkens the ground. Priests search the movements of flame and smoke for signs. One flame bends west, another sputters. A bird circles over the beach and vanishes inland. Some call this fortunate, some do not. Omens like market prices and monastery remedies become clearer after the trouble has already happened. Odysseus boards his ship. You follow him across the plank. Beneath your sandals the deck shifts gently. The dog from the monastery guest house is somehow there too, curled beside a coil of rope, though you are fairly certain the ancient Greeks did not borrow animals from distant medieval inns. The scribe notices your puzzled look and calmly turns another page. Perhaps in a bedtime tale a quiet dog is allowed certain liberties. The oars dip. Troy begins to recede. At first, the men speak loudly. They call to nearby ships and point toward the smoke above the city. They imagine homecoming feasts, clean beds, and children who will not recognize them. Odysseus stands near the stern, his cloak moving in the wind. He can almost believe the long hardship is finished. Behind him lies the city, conquered by cunning. Before him lies the sea. The water darkens as the ships leave the coast. Waves lift the hull and lower it again with slow, patient breath. Gulls fade into the distance. The sun climbs over a world of blue and bronze. Ithaca waits somewhere beyond the horizon, but the horizon gives nothing away. Poseidon's realm stretches beneath every keel. Odysseus does not yet know how thoroughly the sea god will come to hate his name. He does not know about the island of the one-eyed shepherd, the sealed winds, the singing shore, the witches' hall, the dead who speak in whispers, or the house where strangers now begin to gather around his own table. He knows only that the war is over, that his mind has won him glory, and that the way home appears open. The bell of the monastery returns faintly through the tale. You blink and see the old scribe feeding another stick into the guest-house fire. Sparks climb toward the rafters. Rain slides down the shutter. The half-burned candle has shortened beside the iron key. Yet the ship still moves beneath you, creaking softly across a darkening sea. Odysseus turns west. The wind fills the sail, and the first shore of his wandering draws quietly nearer. The first shore of wandering remains hidden beyond the dark water, but the tale does not follow Odysseus there just yet. Instead, the old scribe lets the sea grow dim beneath his hand, and the sound of oars becomes rain against a tiled roof far away. The ship's sail fades into the pale cloth of a curtain. Salt wind becomes hearth smoke, the horizon narrows into the stone walls of a house upon Ithaca, where another kind of siege has begun. You stand in the courtyard of Odysseus's home before dawn. The air smells of wet limestone, olive wood, and wool cloaks hung too close to the fire. A servant carries a clay lamp beneath an archway, shielding the flame with one palm. In the lower rooms, grain is ground between stones. A sleepy maid feeds kindling beneath a bronze cauldron, while another skims yesterday's ashes from the hearth. The household wakes not with trumpet calls, but with coughing, creaking doors, cold feet, and someone asking where the better knife has gone. The house is large by island standards, built around a central hall, with storerooms, weaving chambers, kitchens and yards where goats complain at the weather. Its oak doors are thick, its bronze fittings green at the edges, and its thresholds worn by generations. Yet it no longer feels like a king's home. It feels like an inn whose guests have forgotten both manners and departure. They are the suitors. They come from Ithaca and nearby islands, noblemen with polished belts, bright cloaks, careful hair, and an astonishing talent for arriving exactly when food is ready. For years they have gathered beneath Odysseus's roof, claiming that he must be dead and that Penelope must choose one of them as her husband. They speak of marriage, inheritance, and the stability of the kingdom. Mostly, however, they eat. You watch servants carry in coarse bread, olives, cheese, smoked fish, and joints of goat. Wine is mixed with water in a broad vessel, though some suitors complain that the mixture shows an insulting affection for water. Thick bread trenchers soak beneath grease and sauce. Dogs wait under benches for scraps. A musician tunes his lyre while two men argue over who sat nearest the high seat yesterday. The suitors consume the winter stores as if hunger itself has elected them to office. They slaughter cattle from Odysseus's herds and open jars sealed for future feasts. Every day resembles a wedding banquet, except there is no wedding, and no one seems embarrassed by this. Medieval manor courts would at least fine a man for stealing a goose. Here a noble guest may eat 12 geese and deliver a speech about his rights. At the edge of the hall sits Telemachus. He is no longer the infant Odysseus left behind. His shoulders are nearly those of a grown man, though uncertainty clings to him like a cloak cut for someone older. He has his father's eyes, people say, or perhaps they say it because they wish the resemblance to be true. No one can quite agree whether he also has Odysseus's cleverness. The suitors hope he does not. Telemachus watches them from behind a cup he barely drinks. He hears laughter rise beneath the rafters. He sees men give orders to servants who once answered only to his parents. He knows every animal slaughtered is part of his inheritance. Every cup spilled is part of his household, every joke made at his expense, an insult he is not yet strong enough to answer. The dog that followed you from the monastery lies beneath his bench, though no one appears surprised. One suitor tosses it a bone. The dog sniffs the offering and turns away. This is the first wise political decision made in the hall all morning. Above the noise, Penelope works in an upper chamber. You climb a narrow staircase, where the stone is cool beneath your hand. Wool hangs from pegs. Spindles rest in baskets. A loom stands by the wall, its threads pale in the grey morning. Beeswax candles burn low beside folded cloth. Penelope sits among her attendants, drawing a shuttle through the warp with patient hands. She has waited nearly 20 years. For 10 years Odysseus fights at Troy. For more years still, no ship brings him home. Messengers carry rumors from port to port. One says he died in battle. Another says he drowned. Another claims he lives in Egypt or upon an island where time behaves badly. Some swear that a red bird seen above the western cliffs means he will return before harvest. Others say the same bird predicts fever among goats. Omens are generous that way. Penelope listens to every rumor and trusts none completely. She cannot simply refuse the suitors. Refusal alone might provoke them, and a lone queen in a house full of ambitious men must choose each delay carefully. So she gives them a condition. She will select a husband when she finishes weaving a burial shroud for Laertes, Odysseus's aged father. By day she weaves, by night she unweaves. After the hall grows loud with wine, her attendants close the shutters and place a lamp beside the loom. They pull apart the day's work, thread by thread. The cloth shortens in the trembling light. What appears to progress before witnesses quietly disappears before dawn. The custom behind the shroud is serious. A noble family must prepare properly for death, with cloth, lamentation, offerings, and duties owed to ancestors. Many believe that a body wrapped poorly may wander in dreams or trouble the household. Whether the dead truly care about the quality of linen is difficult to establish, but the living certainly do. For 3 years, Penelope's plan succeeds. Then one of her maids reveals the secret. Those who tell the tale never fully agree why. Perhaps the servant is bribed, frightened, or simply tired of unweaving the same border under bad lamplight. Whatever the reason, the suitors catch Penelope at the loom during the night, and the shroud must finally be completed. Now the pressure tightens. From the upper gallery, Penelope hears the musician begin a song about the Greeks returning from Troy. The melody is gentle, but the words carry grief. She descends halfway down the stair and asks him to sing something else. Too many men did not return, she says, and one absent stands before all the others. Telemachus looks up. For perhaps the first time he answers her, not as a child, but as the young master of the house. He tells her the singer is not to blame for the sorrows the gods have given. He asks her to return to her chamber and leave the ordering of the hall to him. The words sound firmer than he feels. Penelope studies him from the stairs. Surprise passes across her face, followed by something gentler. He resembles Odysseus in that moment enough to make memory stir. She returns upstairs while Telemachus remains below amid the men who have spent years treating him as furniture. The suitors notice the change too. Antinous, the most arrogant among them, leans back with a cup and smiles as if at a boy pretending to wear a helmet. Eurymachus smiles more softly, which somehow feels less trustworthy. They are not yet afraid, but they have begun to measure him. Then a stranger arrives at the door. You see a traveller beyond the threshold with a spear in hand. Rain beads on the cloak. Dust and sea salt mark the sandals. The gatekeeper is slow to respond, because 3 suitors have sent him in 3 directions, and hospitality once sacred beneath this roof has become another duty, neglected by those who enjoy its benefits. Telemachus rises at once. He takes the stranger's spear and offers a seat away from the loudest part of the feast. A servant pours water over the traveller's hands. Another places bread, meat, and wine upon a small table. Only after the guest has eaten does Telemachus ask a name and purpose. This is the old law of hospitality food, first questions later. A traveller may be a merchant, exile, messenger, beggar, prince, or god in disguise. The final possibility encourages good manners, though not always successfully. Sailors sometimes carry a knotted cord against bad luck, but nothing protects a host quite so well, people believe, as not insulting a stranger before supper. The traveller calls himself Mentes, an old friend of Odysseus, but you recognize Athena. The goddess has come from Olympus, where the gods have been discussing Odysseus's fate. Poseidon still resents him, but Athena favors his quick mind and endurance. While Odysseus remains trapped far from home, she turns her attention to his son. Her disguise fools the hall, still the light seems steadier near her. Her gaze is too calm for an ordinary traveller's. Even the dog beneath the bench lifts its head, then lowers it without barking. Athena asks Telemachus what gathering fills the house. Is it a feast, a wedding, or a public assembly? The question is polite, but the answer is obvious. The suitors lounge like owners, while the true heir sits apart beneath his own roof. Telemachus tells the stranger about his father's absence, his mother's grief, the wasting of the estate, and his helplessness. If Odysseus were dead in a known place with a tomb and proper rites, sorrow might at least have a shape. Instead, uncertainty sits at every meal. Athena listens. Then she tells him that Odysseus is alive. She cannot say precisely where, or chooses not to. She speaks of an island delay and possible escape. She tells Telemachus he must stop waiting for others to decide his future. He must call an assembly of Ithaca and order the suitors to leave. Then he must take a ship and seek news from men who returned from Troy, first Nestor at Pylos, then Menelaus at Sparta. The plan frightens him. He has never commanded a ship or spoken before the assembled island. The suitors control wealth, friends, and armed retainers. His mother may fear the journey. The sea is broad, and every sailor has a story about waves that remember insults. Athena does not soften the task. She tells him that courage does not wait for certainty. If his father lives, they may act together. If he is dead, Telemachus must honor him with burial rites and decide the future of the house. For a moment, the hall's noise falls away. You hear only the fire, the scrape of a cup, and rain whispering through the courtyard. Telemachus looks toward the high seat that has stood empty for so long. It is oak, worn smooth along the arms, with one leg slightly shorter than the others, yet absence has made it larger than any throne. When he turns back, Athena prepares to leave. She refuses the gift of a fine cup, asking that it be kept until another visit. At the doorway, she rises like a bird, swift and bright, vanishing beyond the roofline. Telemachus understands. No ordinary guest departs that way unless the wine has been far stronger than anyone admits. He returns to the hall carrying the knowledge like a hidden ember. The suitors still laugh. The musician still plays. Nothing outward has changed, yet he no longer sits quite as before. At sunset, the suitors depart, leaving gnawed bones, spilled wine, overturned stools, and the general aftermath of noble dignity. Maids sweep away the old rushes and lay fresh ones, scented with herbs. The doors are barred with iron, lamps are pinched out one by one. Telemachus climbs to his chamber with Eurycleia, the old nurse who carried him as a child. He tells her he intends to travel and makes her swear not to tell Penelope for several days, fearing worry will consume his mother before the ship clears the harbour. Eurycleia protests softly, then yields. She unlocks the storeroom with a heavy key and prepares wine, grain, and provisions in secret. Down in the yard, the dog settles beside the threshold. Beyond the walls, the sea moves in darkness. Telemachus lies awake. The monastery bell from the guest house seems to sound again, faint and far away. Beside you, the scribe's half-burned candle leans in its pool of wax. On Ithaca, a young man stares into the dark and imagines roads made of water. By morning he will speak before the island. Soon after, he will leave the crowded roof behind. Dawn comes grey over Ithaca, and the crowded roof behind Telemachus seems to press more heavily upon him before he has even stepped outside. The courtyard stones shine with night rain. A servant sweeps damp rushes from the hall, while another carries a basket of ashes toward the kitchen garden, where even waste is expected to prove useful. The old nurse Eurycleia has hidden jars of wine, sacks of barley, and round loaves in a storeroom whose iron key hangs beneath her apron. She mutters a charm against storms as she works, tying 3 knots in a red thread and fastening it around the neck of a wine jar. Sailors say such knots may hold back bad winds. Sailors also say many other things, usually after the bad winds have already arrived. You follow Telemachus through the gate as the monastery bell from the scribe's guest house seems to become the bronze call summoning Ithaca's men to assembly. They gather in a stone-paved place near the harbour, wrapped against the morning chill. Shepherds smell of smoke and lanolin, landowners arrive with staffs, fishermen stand at the edges, hands cracked by salt. It is the first assembly called since Odysseus sailed for Troy, and this fact alone gives the meeting the strained silence of a room opened after many years. Telemachus takes his father's place. For a breath he cannot speak. He feels every eye upon him, including those of Antinous and Eurymachus, who stand among the suitors with the composed expressions of men entirely confident that another person's house belongs to them. Then Telemachus tells the island what has happened beneath his roof. He speaks of livestock slaughtered, stores emptied, servants commanded, and his mother surrounded by men who refuse to seek marriage properly through their own families. His words are plain, and because they are plain, they carry. Antinous answers that Penelope is to blame. He tells the assembly about the shroud, the daylight weaving, and the secret unweaving by lamplight. He says the suitors will remain until she chooses. To him 3 years of clever delay are not evidence that Penelope wants none of them. They are merely a procedural inconvenience. Telemachus refuses to drive his mother away. He calls upon the gods to witness the injustice. At that moment, 2 eagles wheel above the gathering, fighting in the air before flying toward the hills. An old seer interprets them as a sign that Odysseus is near and vengeance close behind him. No one can quite agree whether the eagles truly carry a divine message or are simply 2 irritable birds having a difficult morning. The suitors laugh, which is generally how men react to omens they would rather not understand. The assembly breaks without justice. Yet Telemachus has spoken, and that cannot be undone. Athena, disguised now as mentor, helps him find a ship and crew. By afternoon, 20 oarsmen prepare a dark-hulled vessel at the harbour. Water jars are sealed with wax. Barley is packed into leather sacks. Cloaks are rolled beneath the benches. A small chest holds dried figs, onions, and smoked fish. It is not glorious work, but voyages depend more upon correctly packed onions than poets are willing to admit. After sunset, Telemachus slips away. Eurycleia watches from a shadowed doorway, pressing her knuckles to her mouth so she will not call him back. Penelope sleeps above, unaware. The dog waits at the bottom of the gangplank. Telemachus looks at it, sighs, and makes room beside the mast. By now the animal has become less a mystery than a piece of luggage no one remembers packing. The ship leaves under stars. You sit among the rowers as oars enter the black water with a soft, even rhythm. Athena sends a following wind. Ithaca becomes a dark shape behind you, then disappears. The sail swells. Spray touches your face. Above the constellations turns slowly, and the sailors steer by patterns older than any written road. Some keep a sliver of iron near the mast, because iron is believed to discourage spirits from tangling the rigging. One sailor also hangs a dried onion there. He offers no explanation, and perhaps none is required. At dawn, the coast of Pylos appears beneath a pale sky. Smoke rises from the shore. where the people are making a great sacrifice to Poseidon. Long tables stand near the water. Bulls are led forward with gilded horns. Barley is scattered, prayers spoken, and portions of meat laid upon the fire for the god. The rest will feed the gathered families, priests, retainers, and any stranger fortunate enough to arrive at the proper moment. Telemachus hesitates. He has never approached a famous king. He fears sounding young, ignorant, or both. Athena tells him that courage grows through use like a path beaten across wet ground. Then she leads him toward Nestor, king of Pylos, who sits among his sons beside the sacrifice. Hospitality comes before questions again. You wash your hands from a bronze basin. Bread is placed before you, along with roasted meat and wine. Fat crackles on the coals. Salt wind carries smoke across the beach. Nestor's people sit upon fleeces spread over the sand, and servants move between them with bowls. It feels less like a royal court than a large monastery feast day, except there are more spears and fewer monks pretending not to notice the best cheese. Only after Telemachus has eaten does Nestor ask who he is. When the young man names Odysseus as his father, the old king's face changes. Memory settles over him. He speaks of Troy, of councils held at night, of quarrels among the Greek leaders, and of Odysseus's steady judgment. Nestor remembers him as a man difficult to deceive and almost impossible to outtalk, a distinction that may explain both his survival and many of his problems. Then Nestor tells what happened after Troy fell. The Greeks did not leave together. Anger divided them. Agamemnon wished to remain and offer sacrifices to Athena. Menelaus wanted to sail at once. Half the fleet departed, half stayed. Some ships were scattered by storms, some kings reached home. Others vanished between islands whose names were carried back only by frightened sailors. Nestor himself returned safely after honoring the gods at several shores. Diomedes reached Argos. Neoptolemus, son of Achilles, also survived the voyage. But Agamemnon returned to a murderous welcome, killed within his own house by those who had taken his place. His son Orestes later avenged him, and Nestor points to that story as an example Telemachus should remember. The lesson is gentle in wording and sharp beneath it. A son, Nestor says, must not allow his father's household to be stolen. Telemachus asks about Odysseus. Nestor has no certain answer. He last saw him when the fleet divided. Some swear Odysseus sailed back toward Agamemnon. Others say he continued into the open sea. Even now it is hard to tell whether the confusion came from storms, offended gods, exhausted men, or all three working together with admirable efficiency. Because Nestor cannot give the answer Telemachus needs, he sends him onward to Sparta, where Menelaus has recently returned from long wandering. His son Pisistratus will guide the journey. The next morning, after another sacrifice and a night beneath warm wool blankets, you leave Pylos in a chariot. The road crosses fields silvered by frost. Olive groves climb low hills. At village wells women pause with clay jars to watch the strangers pass. Herdsmen lift their staffs in greeting. You stop at a roadside shrine where travelers leave small cakes, beads, and scraps of ribbon for protection. Pisistratus adds a bronze pin. Telemachus leaves a little oil. The dog leaves nothing, though it examines the offerings with professional interest. The journey takes 2 days. At night, you rest in a fortified household where guests sleep in a draughty hall beneath soot-dark beams. Fresh rushes cover the floor, mixed with mint to soften the smell of boots, dogs, and damp cloaks. Supper is a pottage thickened with barley coarse bread and smoked fish. A grey-haired woman offers Telemachus an herb bundle to place beneath his head, saying it prevents dreams of drowned men. He accepts politely and sleeps badly anyway. By the second evening, Sparta rises ahead. Menelaus's palace glows with torchlight. A double wedding fills the halls. One child is being sent to marry abroad, another joined to a noble bride. Musicians play, servants carry silver vessels and baskets of bread. Rich cloth hangs along the walls. The polished floors reflect lamps like still water. Telemachus and Pisistratus pause at the gate, uncertain whether strangers should enter during a family feast. Menelaus's steward asks the king, who rebukes him for hesitating. Menelaus remembers too well how often he depended upon the kindness of strangers during his own wandering. You are welcomed inside. Water is poured over dusty hands. Oil is offered for travel-worn skin. Clean cloaks replace damp ones. Platters arrive with meat, cheese, and honey cakes. Telemachus stares at the bronze, gold-carved ivory and bright woven cloth around him. He whispers that the palace resembles the dwelling of a god. Menelaus overhears and smiles, but his pleasure is mixed with weariness. Wealth has returned with him, he says, yet many companions have not. Gold cannot restore the years lost at Troy or the men buried far from home. When Menelaus speaks of Odysseus, Telemachus begins to weep. He tries to hide his face beneath his cloak. Helen enters at that moment, attended by servants, and recognizes him almost at once. She sees Odysseus in the shape of his brow and the quiet way he listens before speaking. Menelaus studies him again and agrees. The hall fills with grief. Helen mixes a drug into the wine, an Egyptian remedy said to soften sorrow and prevent tears for a day. Some swear the herb is a gift from a healer descended from the gods. Others suspect it is merely very strong. The scribe beside your distant monastery fire makes a small, doubtful sound, as if he has encountered several remedies of this sort and found sleep to be their chief effect. Helen tells how Odysseus once entered Troy disguised as a beggar. He scarred and dirtied himself, wore rags, and learned the city's secrets. Only Helen recognized him. She bathed him, gave him clean clothing, and swore not to betray him. Through deception, patience, and nerve, he returned safely to the Greek camp. Menelaus tells another story. When the wooden horse stood inside Troy, Helen walked around it, calling the hidden warriors by the voices of their wives. Perhaps she was testing them. Perhaps a god prompted her. No one can quite agree. Odysseus held the men silent even when one nearly answered. These stories warm Telemachus, but they do not answer where his father is. At last Menelaus recounts his own voyage home. Storms drove him to Egypt. There, on an island, he captured Proteus, the old man of the sea, who could change shape into lion, serpent, leopard boar, water, and tree. Menelaus held fast through every transformation until the sea god revealed what had happened to the scattered Greeks. Proteus spoke of Agamemnon's death, he spoke of Ajax lost in the sea, and he spoke of Odysseus alive. The words settle through the hall more softly than snow. According to Proteus, Odysseus remains upon a distant island, held by the nymph Calypso. He has no ship, no crew, and no clear means of leaving. He sits beside the sea and longs for home. It is not rescue, but it is certainty. Telemachus lowers his cup. For the first time, his father's absence has a shore. Somewhere beyond the known roads of water, Odysseus breathes beneath the same sky. Outside, Spartan watchfires burn along the walls. In the guest chamber, servants spread wool blankets and place a lamp beside the bed. The dog circles 3 times upon the rushes before settling. Pisistratus sleeps quickly, but Telemachus remains awake, listening to the unfamiliar bells of the palace and holding one fragile truth against the dark. His father lives. The words remain with Telemachus in the Spartan darkness, but the old scribe beside the monastery hearth turns the parchment, and the lamp beside the young prince's bed becomes another light, altogether a small fire burning beneath cedars on an island far beyond familiar sailing routes. You wake there before dawn. Sea mist clings to the rocks. Water drips from the leaves of alder and cypress. The air smells of salt, crushed herbs, damp earth and smoke from a cooking fire sheltered beneath a ledge. No village bell marks the hour. No cart creaks along a road. No shepherd calls from a hillside. Only waves breathe against the shore, steady and indifferent, while gulls wheel over dark water. The island is beautiful in the way a locked garden may be beautiful. Vines climb the walls of a deep cave. Fountains run through beds of parsley and violet. Birds nest in the branches, and the grass remains green even where the sea wind should have browned it. 4 springs flow in separate directions, their channels bright beneath the morning light. Some swear that such springs belong only to places touched by gods. Others say travellers become generous with miracles when they are thirsty. Within the cave lives Calypso. She is a nymph, ageless and radiant, with a voice that moves through the trees like music heard from another room. She weaves at a loom of polished wood while a fire burns beside her. The shuttle passes back and forth. Golden thread catches the light. In this, at least, her immortal household resembles the weaving rooms of mortal women, baskets of wool weights hanging from the warp-folded cloth, and the quiet patience of work repeated hour after hour. Odysseus does not sit beside her. You find him on the shore. He rests upon a flat stone with his cloak drawn close against the wind. His beard has grown rough. Salt has stiffened the edge of his tunic. Every day he comes here to look east, though Ithaca cannot be seen. Every day the same horizon answers him. Calypso offers him comfort food and even immortality. She tells him he may remain untouched by age. He may live in the green stillness of her island while generations rise and fall elsewhere. Yet Odysseus longs for Penelope, for Telemachus, for the uneven stones of his own courtyard, and even for the stubborn goats that once escaped through a broken fence near the orchard. Immortality, you discover, loses some of its charm when it comes with no return journey. The old scribe warms his fingers over the monastery fire and glances toward the suspicious monk asleep by the wall. Perhaps he is considering how many men have chosen a cold road home over a comfortable room where they are not entirely free. The dog is absent now, still sleeping beside Telemachus in Sparta, though a small seabird watches Odysseus with such concern that it may be filling the same office. High above the clouds the gods gather. Poseidon is away among distant worshippers, and Athena uses his absence. She speaks before Zeus of Odysseus, whose sacrifices once pleased the gods and whose suffering has lasted too long. Zeus agrees that the man must be released. He sends Hermes to Calypso's island with the command. Hermes descends through the air, wearing bright sandals that carry him over land and water. His staff gleams in his hand. He crosses the sea as swiftly as a gull and reaches the cave while Calypso tends her fire. She recognizes him at once. Hospitality comes before business even among immortals. Calypso sets ambrosia and nectar before him. The foods of gods are described differently by every teller. Some say ambrosia resembles honey. Others insist it is fragrant grain, divine fruit, or something no mortal tongue can name. The monastery cook, were he present, would probably call it unnecessary decoration and serve pottage. Only after Hermes has eaten does he deliver Zeus's order. Odysseus must go. Calypso's sorrow sharpens into anger. She accuses the gods of allowing male immortals to love mortal women while punishing goddesses who choose mortal men. Yet she knows she cannot resist Zeus. She agrees to help Odysseus leave, though she has no ship to give him and no crew to row it. At sunset, she walks to the shore. You follow her between the trees. Odysseus sits where he always sits, looking toward home. When Calypso tells him he may depart, he does not rejoice immediately. He suspects another trial. Years of wandering have taught him that sudden good news often carries hidden teeth. He asks for an oath. Calypso swears by the earth, the sky, and the sacred river of the underworld that she means him no harm. No god breaks such an oath lightly. Medieval pilgrims sometimes swear upon saints' relics, though a few shrines possess enough fragments of the same saint to suggest that holy bones travel more widely than most living people. Divine promises, like relics, depend greatly upon whom you trust. The next morning, Calypso leads Odysseus into the forest. She gives him a bronze axe, an adze, and augers. He selects tall trees and cuts them down. The labor is slow. Chips scatter across damp ground. Resin sticks to his hands. He trims the trunks, bores holes, and fits timbers together with wooden pegs. He raises a deck, adds rails, builds a mast, and weaves a broad sail from cloth Calypso provides. For 4 days you work beside him. You drag logs, you twist rope from tough fibres, you smear joints with fat to resist the sea. At night you sleep beneath a wool blanket near the cave entrance, while wind moves through the branches. Calypso brings bread, wine, water, and cooked meat for the voyage. She gives Odysseus clean clothing and warns him how to steer. On the 5th morning, the raft slides into the water. Calypso bathes him and dresses him in a cloak and tunic. She places provisions aboard in skin bags and jars sealed with wax. Then she sends a gentle wind behind the sail. The island recedes. For 17 days, Odysseus remains at sea. He keeps the bare constellation to his left, watching stars that never sink beneath the horizon. During daylight, the raft rises and falls across a vast plain of blue. At night, the water turns black and silver. He eats sparingly, drinks from the jars, and sleeps only in short intervals with rope looped around his arm. You sit near the mast, listening to wood creak beneath the waves. There are no roads, milestones, inns, or roadside shrines. The only direction comes from stars and wind. Sailors often carry charms against drowning, carved eyes, knotted cords, bits of coral teeth from lucky animals. Odysseus has little beyond his own judgment, and that has carried him farther than any charm, though perhaps not always in the desired direction. On the 18th day, mountains appear. They belong to the land of the Phaeacians. Odysseus sees wooded ridges rising beyond the sea and begins to believe he will reach shelter. Then Poseidon returns. The sea god notices the small raft moving across his waters. His anger has not yet been explained in the scribe's tale, though its cause waits ahead. In Odysseus's own account, for now you feel only the change. Clouds gather. The wind turns. Poseidon lifts his trident, and the sea becomes a field torn by invisible ploughs. Waves rise from every direction. The sail snaps. The mast bends. Rain strikes so hard that the horizon disappears. Odysseus grips the timbers. A wave breaks over the raft and sweeps him into the water. His heavy clothes drag at him. He struggles back to the wreckage, coughing salt. For a moment he wishes he had died at Troy, where companions might have raised a mound and spoken his name. Drowning alone offers no burial, no rites, and no certainty that anyone will know how the story ends. Then a sea goddess named Ino appears in the form of a bird. She gives him a veil and tells him to abandon the raft, tie the cloth around his body and swim. Odysseus hesitates. No one can quite agree whether this caution is wisdom or simply exhaustion. Another divine stranger offering instructions in the middle of a storm does not immediately inspire confidence. He remains with the raft until another wave shatters it. Now there is no choice. He removes Calypso's heavy cloak, fastens the veil, and throws himself into the sea. Behind him, The broken timbers vanish among the waves. Athena calms most of the winds, but leaves the north wind blowing so that Odysseus may be carried toward shore. For 2 nights and 2 days he swims, his hands swell, salt burns his eyes, his breath shortens, the mountains draw nearer, but the coast is all cliffs and black rocks. The sea lifts him and hurls him forward. He sees jagged stone beneath the foam and imagines his body broken there. Athena places a thought in his mind. When the next wave carries him close, he catches a rock with both hands and clings to it. The water tears at him. His skin scrapes against the stone. His fingers begin to fail. Then the returning wave drags him back into open water. He swims along the coast, searching. At last he finds the mouth of a river, a quiet opening where the current meets the sea. Odysseus prays to the river god, asking for mercy. The current slows enough for him to enter. He reaches shallow water, but his knees buckle before he can stand. You crawl with him onto the bank. For a long while he lies upon wet sand without moving. His skin is crusted with salt. His hands tremble. He remembers Ino's veil and throws it back into the river, as instructed. The cloth floats downstream and disappears beneath the water. Night approaches. Odysseus fears sleeping beside the river where damp cold may take him, but the open shore offers no shelter. He climbs into a small wood and finds 2 bushes growing together, one olive, one wild olive. Their branches weave into a roof thick enough to stop wind and rain. Beneath them lies a bed of dry leaves. He gathers more and covers himself. The leaves hold the day's faint warmth. The hiding place is humble, no greater than a shepherd's shelter beside a forest track, yet after the sea it feels like a guarded hall. Athena pours sleep over him. Morning comes with voices, not soldiers, not hunters. Young women are laughing near the river. Nausicaa, daughter of the Phaeacian king, has come with her attendants to wash clothing. Athena has appeared in her dream, reminding her that marriage may come soon and that clean garments will be needed, so she has borrowed a mule cart, loaded linen and robes, and driven to the washing pools. You watch the women tread clothes in clear water, rubbing cloth against smooth stones. They spread garments across the grass to dry, then eat bread and meat from a basket. When the work is done, they throw a ball between them. One throw goes wide. The ball splashes into the river. The women cry out. Odysseus wakes beneath the leaves. He rises carefully naked except for a branch held before him. His hair tangled, his skin marked by salt and rock. The attendants scatter, believing some wild creature has emerged from the wood. Nausicaa, alone, stands still because Athena gives her courage. Odysseus keeps his distance. He does not touch her knees in supplication, fearing that his appearance will frighten her. Instead, he speaks gently, praising her dignity and asking for clothing and directions to the city. Nausicaa sees that he is no dangerous wanderer. She calls her attendants back and orders them to give him food, oil, and garments. They leave the items beside the river while Odysseus washes away the salt. Athena makes him appear taller and stronger when he returns. The women stare. Nausicaa explains how he must approach her parents. He should follow the cart at a distance to avoid gossip, then enter the palace and appeal first to Queen Areta, whose judgment carries great weight among the Phaeacians. The mule cart begins to roll. Odysseus follows through orchards heavy with fruit past fields and springs toward a city surrounded by walls. Smoke rises from roofs, harbour masts stand against the sky. After years of strange islands and empty seas, ordinary life appears almost miraculous. Women carrying baskets, craftsmen shaping wood children running beside doorways, bread baking in ovens. The old scribe's candle trembles beside the parchment. You hear the distant monastery bell again, mingling with the sound of wheels on the Phaeacian road. Somewhere behind Calypso's island has vanished. Somewhere ahead a warm hall waits. Odysseus walks toward it in borrowed clothes, carrying nothing but his name, his memories, and a story he has not yet told. Odysseus walks toward the Phaeacian city in borrowed clothes, carrying nothing but his name, his memories, and the story he has not yet told. Athena hides him within a pale mist as he passes through the streets. Around you, shipwrights plane long timbers. Beneath open sheds, fishermen mend nets beside the harbour, and women carry baskets of wool through narrow lanes paved with worn stone. Smoke rises from clay ovens, bronze tools ring softly. Somewhere behind a courtyard wall a child complains about being washed, proving that even in a people favoured by the gods, certain daily trials remain unavoidable. The palace of King Alcinous stands bright beneath the evening sky. Bronze walls catch the last light. Golden doors open into a hall supported by silver pillars, and carved dogs guard the entrance with an alertness the sleepy monastery dog has never considered necessary. Beyond the hall stretch orchards where pears, figs, apples, and olives seem to ripen through every season. Some swear the Phaeacian gardens never fail because the west wind tends them. Others say royal gardeners simply work harder than poets notice. Odysseus crosses the threshold unseen within Athena's mist. Men sit at supper upon polished benches. Servants pass bowls of meat and bread. Lamps burn with perfumed oil. Queen Arete sits near the hearth, twisting purple wool between her fingers. Nausicaa has told Odysseus to appeal to her first, and so he walks directly through the gathered nobles, falls at her knees, and asks for passage home. The mist vanishes. Silence spreads across the hall. A stranger has appeared among them as suddenly as a figure stepping from a painted wall. Salt still marks his hair. The tunic he wears belongs to Nausicaa's household, though no one says so yet. King Alcinous raises him gently and offers him a seat beside the fire. Food comes before questions. A servant pours water over Odysseus's hands from a golden jug. Bread is placed before him. Meat, wine, and olives follow. The warmth returns slowly to his body. You sit near the hearth, where fresh rushes cover the floor, and aromatic herbs have been scattered beneath them. The smell of mint mingles with roasted meat wool and lamp smoke. Only when Odysseus has eaten does Alcinous promise him a ship. The Phaeacians are famed sailors. Their vessels move swiftly without helmsmen and seem to know every harbour beneath the sky. Some storytellers describe the ships as guided by thought. Others suggest the crews are simply very competent, a quality so rare that it eventually becomes mistaken for enchantment. Queen Arete studies the stranger's clothing. She recognizes the work of her own household and asks where he received it. Odysseus tells enough of the truth to satisfy her. He speaks of Calypso the raft, the storm, and Nausicaa's kindness, but he does not yet give his name. That night, servants prepare a bed beneath the covered porch. Wool blankets are layered over a wooden frame. A brazier glows nearby. After so many nights upon rock, sand, and broken timber, the bedding feels almost too soft to trust. You sleep beneath the palace roof while rain begins lightly beyond the pillars. Morning brings an assembly. Phaeacian nobles gather near the harbour. Alcinous declares that the stranger must be carried home, whoever he may be. Sailors select a black ship, raise the mast, and prepare provisions. Before departure, however, the king holds a feast and games in honour of the guest. Odysseus sits quietly as young men race, wrestle, leap, and cast heavy stones. One athlete, Euryalus, suggests that the stranger does not look like a man skilled in games. He resembles a trader, perhaps one who watches cargo more closely than contests. The insult wakes Odysseus's pride. He takes up a discus larger than those used by the others and throws it far beyond every mark. It lands with a heavy thud. Athena, disguised among the crowd, announces that the distance is unmistakable. Odysseus then offers to compete in nearly anything except running because the sea has weakened his legs. His voice remains calm, but you sense that several years of frustration have just been delivered through one very fortunate stone. Euryalus apologizes and gives him a bronze sword. The tension fades. Musicians begin again. Dancers move across the polished ground, passing a ball between them with such ease that even the dog, had it not remained somewhere in the folding spaces of the tail, would have admired the performance. Then the blind singer Demodocus takes up his lyre. He sings of Troy, he sings of the wooden horse, the hidden warriors, and the city falling beneath flame. The hall listens with pleasure, but Odysseus pulls his cloak across his face and weeps. Alcinous notices. When the singer later tells of quarrels among Greek heroes, Odysseus weeps again. The king orders the music stopped and asks the stranger directly who he is. No man, Alcinous says, should conceal his name forever. Every person has one high or low, even those burdened with unfortunate parents and more unfortunate nicknames. The fire settles. Odysseus lifts his head. At last he says his name. The nobles lean closer. Servants pause near the walls. Queen Arete lays the purple wool aside. He is Odysseus, son of Laertes, known for cunning among men. His home is Ithaca, a rugged island beneath a clear western sky. He speaks of its stony hills, its goats, its olive trees, and the neighbouring islands gathered around it. He has seen richer lands, yet none have drawn his heart as Ithaca does. Then he begins the tale of his wandering. The old scribe beside your distant monastery hearth bends closer to the parchment. The Phaeacian lamps become Greek watchfires. The polished floor beneath you becomes a ship's deck stained by salt and ash. Once again, Troy burns behind the fleet. 12 ships sail beneath Odysseus's command. Their holds contain weapons jars, cloth, and spoils taken from the fallen city. Men crowd the rowing benches. Their arms ache after years of war, but their voices are loud with victory. They expect a swift voyage west. The wind carries them first to Ismarus, city of the Cicones. Odysseus's men rush ashore. They attack the city, kill its defenders, and take livestock, wine, and treasure. The harshest violence remains beyond the soft edges of the bedtime telling, but the aftermath is clear enough. Doors stand broken, smoke drifts above roofs, sheep and cattle are driven toward the shore. Greek sailors fill baskets, jars, and arms with anything they can carry. Odysseus orders them back to the ships. He knows they have stayed too long. The men refuse. They slaughter animals on the beach and hold a feast. Wine passes from hand to hand. Meat roasts over open fires. Some search the abandoned houses for better cups, because apparently disaster becomes more tolerable when served in attractive pottery. The Cicones who escape run inland. They return with reinforcements, men trained to fight, from chariots and on foot, more numerous than the Greeks expect. At dawn they descend upon the shore. Battle lasts through the day. The Greeks hold their ground at first, but the enemy presses harder as the sun moves west. 6 men from each ship are lost before Odysseus's crews finally retreat. The sails rise. The ships leave Ismarus beneath a sky darkened by smoke. On every deck, empty places remain among the rowers. The men call the names of the dead 3 times, an old farewell carried across the water. Some believe that calling a lost companion's name helps the spirit follow the ship home. Others say it simply gives grief a sound. Even now it is hard to tell whether the sea remembers such voices, though sailors continue to speak them. The fleet turns toward Ithaca. For a time the wind is fair. Then Zeus gathers a storm. Clouds cover the sky. The sea rises beneath the hulls. North wind tears at the sails and forces the ships toward shore. The crews lower the masts and row desperately until they find shelter. For 2 days and 2 nights they remain there, eating cold provisions and waiting beneath wet cloaks. On the 3rd morning the wind softens. They raise sail again. Odysseus believes he has survived the worst of the delay. Yet, as the ships round Cape Malea, a strong current and bitter wind seize them. The fleet is driven away from the course to Ithaca and carried south across open water. For 9 days they drift. The men ration bread and water. Their lips crack with salt. Leather water skins shrink. oars creak, the sun seems to hang above them without moving. At night the rowers sleep beneath cloaks stiff with spray. One man ties a small shell to the mast as a charm. Another insists that whistling will summon wind, while a third warns that whistling at sea invites spirits. They compromise by muttering irritably, which attracts nothing except further irritation. On the 10th day, land appears. Low green hills rise beyond a quiet shore. The ships enter a sheltered bay. Odysseus sends 3 men inland, 2 scouts and a herald. You follow them along a sandy path. The air is warm. There are no walls, watchtowers, or ploughed fields. Trees grow thick with strange fruit. Streams move slowly beneath reeds. The island seems drowsy even at midday. The people who live there are the lotus eaters. They carry no spears. They show no anger. They welcome the strangers and offer them lotus to eat. No one can quite agree what the lotus is. Some describe a soft, sweet fruit. Others call it a flower, an herb, or a honeyed bread made from local plants. Whatever its form, it brings forgetfulness, not the darkness of sleep, but a gentle surrender of purpose. The scouts taste it. At once the voyage home loses its importance. Ithaca becomes a vague word. Wives, parents, children, fields, debts, promises, and waiting hearths all drift beyond concern. The men do not fall senseless. They smile, they sit beneath the trees, and ask only to remain. This is what makes the lotus dangerous. There is no pain in it. No monster guards the shore. No storm tears the mast. No blade flashes. The men simply stop wanting to leave. Odysseus waits by the ships. When the scouts do not return, he goes inland and finds them seated among the lotus eaters, chewing slowly and gazing across the fields with peaceful eyes. He calls their names. They respond, but without urgency. They explain that home may wait. The sea is difficult. The fruit is good. The afternoon is warm. Perhaps tomorrow would be a better day to depart, though tomorrow already feels unnecessary. Odysseus does not argue. He seizes them. The men weep and resist as he drags them back toward the shore. They beg for another taste. They promise they will follow after resting. Odysseus binds them beneath the rowing benches so they cannot return. The other sailors are ordered aboard immediately. No one else may taste the lotus. The ships push away from the island. Oars beat the water. The lotus eaters remain upon the shore, watching without anger as the distance grows. Slowly, the affected men recover. The memory of Ithaca returns first as discomfort, then longing. One remembers a child's voice. Another remembers an old mother carding wool beside a hearth. Another recalls a doorway marked with a crack he once promised to repair. They begin to weep. Odysseus gives them water, but no comfort beyond the sight of the sails turning north. He has saved them by force from a happiness that erased everything they loved. The Phaeacian hall remains silent around him. Firelight moves across bronze cups. Outside waves touch the harbour wall. Alcinous listens with both hands resting upon his knees, while Arete watches Odysseus as though measuring the weight of every memory he carries. The tale has only begun. Beyond the land of Lotus waits another island larger and rougher, where smoke rises from caves among the hills. Sheep graze there without fences. No market bell rings, no council gathers, no ploughed road crosses the fields. Odysseus's ships draw quietly nearer. At first, the island seems generous. Wild goats move across the slopes in great numbers, untroubled by shepherds or walls. Forests provide timber close to the shore. A sheltered harbour opens between dark headlands, and fresh water runs from a spring beneath poplar trees. No harbour master asks for a toll. No clerk scratches the ship's name into a wax tablet. No monk appears with a box for donations to a saint whose finger bone may or may not be authentic. It is by every practical measure an excellent place to rest. The crews beach 11 ships in the protected bay. You help gather wood while others fill jars at the spring. Goats are roasted, bread divided, and dark wine poured as the sun lowers. Across a narrow channel lies another land. Smoke rises there in thin columns. Sheep bells drift faintly over the water. High slopes are dotted with caves, and large figures move among the flocks. The sailors watch from the shore and begin to whisper. These are the Cyclopes. They are said to be a people without assemblies, laws, market squares, or common fields. Each rules his own cave and household, caring little for neighbours. Some swear they are children of ancient gods. Others say they are simply enormous shepherds who have found that being enormous discourages visitors from asking difficult questions. Odysseus wants to see them. His men advise caution. The island offers food, water, and safety. Ithaca lies far away. A sensible captain might remain one night, refill the jars, and depart with the dawn. Odysseus chooses curiosity. He takes one ship across the channel with 12 companions. Among the supplies is a goatskin filled with powerful wine given to him by Maron, a priest of Apollo, at Ismarus. Odysseus spared the priest and his family during the raid, and Mahon rewarded him with gold, silver, and 12 jars of wine, so strong that 1 cup is usually mixed with 20 cups of water. You carry the skin between 2 men as the boat reaches shore. The wine smells of sun-warmed grapes and resin powerful enough to make decisions for anyone nearby. The men follow a path through fields where sheep have worn the grass close to the earth. The tracks are enormous. Hoofprints gather around a stream. Wild thyme grows between stones, releasing its scent beneath your sandals. Higher on the slope stands a cave, shaded by laurels. Before it is a broad enclosure built from heavy rocks and tall pine trunks. Inside are lambs and young goats divided by age. Wicker baskets hold cheeses. Pails and bowls are arranged along the walls. Whey drips from curds hung in woven cloth. The cave smells of milk, smoke, damp wool, and old straw. In many ways it resembles the dairy room of a medieval manor, except every stool looks carved for a giant, and 1 cheese could serve as a cartwheel. The Cyclops is absent. Odysseus's companions urge him to take the cheeses, release the animals, and return to the ship. They can load the vessel before the shepherd returns. They speak quietly but urgently, already glancing toward the mouth of the cave. Odysseus refuses. He wants to meet the owner and receive a guest gift. Hospitality is sacred. A stranger may expect food and protection, while the guest must respect the host. Yet customs like wool cloaks fit poorly when stretched too far. Odysseus sits and waits. You wait beside him, while his men light a small fire and taste the cheese. Evening gathers outside, sheep bells grow louder. Then a shadow fills the entrance. Polyphemus returns. He is vast, broad as a gatehouse, with one round eye set in the middle of his forehead. Across his shoulders lies a bundle of firewood large enough to roof a cottage. He drives the female sheep and goats into the cave, but leaves the males outside in their enclosure. The bundle strikes the ground, dust rises. Polyphemus lifts a boulder and rolls it across the entrance. The stone is so large that 20 wagons could not move it. Firelight catches the rough curve of his face as he sits to milk the animals. His hands work with surprising care. He places each lamb beneath its mother. He pours fresh milk into bowls and sets part of it aside to drink. The rest he curdles for cheese. For a few moments the cave holds only ordinary evening sounds. Milk striking clay sheep, shifting in straw wood, settling in the fire. Then Polyphemus sees the strangers. His voice rolls through the cave. He asks who they are, where they come from, and whether they are merchants or raiders roaming the sea. Odysseus answers that they are Greeks returning from Troy. He speaks of Zeus, protector of guests, and asks for hospitality. Polyphemus laughs. He says the Cyclopes care nothing for Zeus. They are stronger than the gods, or so he claims. He asks where Odysseus has left his ship. The question is too interested. Odysseus lies at once. He says Poseidon shattered the ship against the rocks, and that only these few survived. The lie saves the vessel, but it does not save the men in the cave. Polyphemus reaches down, seizes 2 sailors, and makes a brutal meal of them. The old scribe lowers his voice and lets the cave's darkness hide what bedtime should not carry too clearly. You hear only the sheep crying and the fire cracking. Odysseus grips his sword beneath his cloak. He considers striking the Cyclops while he sleeps. Then he looks at the boulder sealing the entrance. Even if Polyphemus dies, no one can move the stone. So Odysseus waits. That is the first part of the plan, not courage, but patience. Polyphemus stretches across the cave floor and sleeps. His breathing moves like wind through a chimney. The Greeks sit awake among the animals. The fire burns low. Cold enters through cracks in the rock. At dawn the Cyclops milks his flock again. He takes 2 more men for his morning meal, rolls the boulder aside and drives the animals out. Then he closes the cave behind him, trapping Odysseus and the survivors within. All day you search the darkness. Near the sheep pens lies a huge club of green olive wood cut by Polyphemus and left to dry. It is long as a ship's mast. Odysseus orders the men to cut off a section. They smooth it with bronze tools and sharpen one end to a point. He hardens the tip in the fire. Then he hides it beneath dung and straw. The men draw lots to decide who will help him lift it. 4 are chosen, and one sailor stares at his marked shard as if it has personally betrayed him. People in your distant medieval world sometimes draw lots to divide land, choose duties, or identify which pilgrim must sleep nearest the draughty door. Many believe providence guides the result. Those selected for unpleasant work tend to hold more complicated opinions. Evening returns. Polyphemus rolls the stone aside and drives in his flock. This time he brings the rams as well. A small change Odysseus notices. The boulder closes the entrance once more. The Cyclops milks the animals. He eats 2 more men. Then Odysseus approaches with a wooden bowl of Maron's wine. Polyphemus drinks. His great eye widens. He has never tasted wine like this. The drink, made by the Cyclopes from wild grapes, is rough and weak, but Maron's wine carries the concentrated warmth of a summer vineyard. He demands another bowl. Odysseus fills it, then another. The Cyclops drinks greedily and asks Odysseus's name, promising a guest gift in return. Odysseus answers, "Nobody." His name is Nobody, he says. His father and mother call him Nobody. His companions call him Nobody. Polyphemus sways with wine and announces the gift. He will eat nobody last. It is not the finest example of hospitality. The Cyclops falls backward and sleeps. Wine spills from his mouth. His breathing deepens. The Greeks uncover the sharpened stake and push its point into the fire until the olive wood glows. You grip the timber beside them. Odysseus gives the signal. Together the men lift the stake and drive it into the Cyclops' single eye. They twist it as a carpenter turns an auger through oak. Polyphemus wakes with a roar that shakes dust from the cave roof. He tears the stake free. The sheep scatter. Men press themselves against the walls. Outside, other Cyclopes hear his cries and gather near the sealed entrance. They ask, who is harming him? Polyphemus shouts that nobody is killing him by trickery. The voices outside pause. If nobody harms him, they reply, then perhaps his suffering comes from Zeus. He should pray. They leave. Within the cave, Odysseus almost smiles. A false name has become a locked door, stronger than stone. Polyphemus, blind and raging, crawls toward the entrance. He rolls the boulder aside and sits in the opening. As each animal passes, he feels along its back, expecting the Greeks to ride above the fleece. Odysseus has already planned otherwise. The largest rams are tied together in groups of 3 with willow branches. Beneath the middle animal, one sailor clings to the thick wool. The outer rams hide him from the Cyclops' hands. You lie beneath a broad-bellied ram, your fingers buried in coarse fleece. The animal smells of grass, lanolin, and the sort of stubborn patience found in old monastery mules. One by one the groups move toward the entrance. Polyphemus touches their backs. He finds nothing. At last comes the greatest ram, the leader of the flock. Odysseus hangs beneath its belly alone. Polyphemus stops the animal and speaks to it gently. He wonders why it leaves the cave last when it usually goes first. Perhaps, he says, the ram mourns its master's blinded eye. The tenderness of his voice feels strange after the cruelty in the cave. No one can quite agree whether this moment reveals affection in Polyphemus or merely self-pity dressed as love. Even monsters may care for one creature while showing no mercy to another. The ram steps outside. Odysseus holds still until the flock reaches open ground. Then the men crawl free and run toward the shore, driving the best sheep with them. Their ship waits where it was hidden. The remaining crew pulls them aboard. Grief passes through the sailors, but Odysseus forbids mourning until they escape. Oars strike the water. The vessel moves away. For a little while, silence and distance protect them. Then Odysseus stands at the stern and calls back to Polyphemus. He tells the Cyclops that his punishment comes from violating the sacred law of guests. Polyphemus tears a great piece from the mountain and hurls it toward the voice. The rock lands ahead of the ship. Its splash creates a wave that drives the vessel back toward shore. The crew rows desperately. They beg Odysseus to remain silent. He does not. Pride, warm and bright, as it was before Troy, rises again. Odysseus calls across the water and reveals his true name. If anyone asks who blinded the Cyclops, he says, tell them it was Odysseus, son of Laertes, whose home is Ithaca. The sailors groan. It is difficult to hide from a curse after providing your name, father's name, and address. Polyphemus lifts his hands to the sea. He is the son of Poseidon. He prays that Odysseus may never reach home. If fate allows him to return, then let him arrive late alone upon another man's ship, having lost every companion, and let sorrow wait within his house. Poseidon hears. Polyphemus hurls another rock. It falls behind the ship this time, and the wave pushes the vessel toward the outer island where the other crews wait. Odysseus sacrifices the great ram to Zeus, hoping to mend what pride has damaged. Yet the smoke bends low over the altar, and the god gives no favorable sign. Night gathers over the harbor. The men divide the remaining sheep, eat beside small fires, and mourn those lost in the cave. No songs rise. Cups pass quietly. The sea beyond the rocks seems calm, but beneath that calm lies the attention of an angry god. In the Phaeacian hall, Odysseus pauses. The fire has burned lower. Queen Arete watches without speaking. Alcinous turns his cup between his hands. Outside, harbour ropes knock softly against wooden masts. Beside your monastery hearth, the half-burned candle bends once more in its wax. The suspicious monk sleeps with his mouth open. Somewhere under the bench, the dog gives a small, dreaming sigh. Across the old, remembered sea, Odysseus's fleet raises sail. Behind it, Polyphemus calls upon Poseidon again. Ahead, the wind begins to change. It does not arrive violently at first. The sail loosens, fills again, then pulls the ship northward with a steady breath. Behind you, the dark island of the Cyclopes sinks beneath the horizon. The men speak little. Their lost companions remain close in memory, and Polyphemus's curse seems to travel beside the hull like a shadow beneath clear water. For several days the fleet moves across a calm sea. The sailors mend ropes, scrape salt from bronze fittings, and dry their cloaks upon the rails. Barley cakes are softened in wine. Smoked fish is divided carefully. At night, men sleep between the rowing benches with folded wool beneath their heads, while Odysseus studies the stars and wonders whether Poseidon has truly heard the prayer of his blinded son. Then an island appears floating behind a wall of shining bronze. It is the home of Aeolus, keeper of the winds. High cliffs rise from the sea, and a smooth metal rampart circles the island from shore to shore. Inside stands a palace where Aeolus lives with his 6 sons and 6 daughters. They feast together every day beneath roofs scented with cedar smoke, while the winds murmur in hidden chambers beneath the earth. You enter the hall beside Odysseus. Servants take your damp cloaks. Warm water is poured over cold hands. Fresh rushes cover the floor, mixed with sweet herbs, and lamps burn in bronze bowls along the walls. Supper is rich with roasted meat, barley bread, olives, and strong wine. Compared with the Cyclops' cave, the palace feels like a well-run monastery guest house, except the host commands storms instead of novices, and probably has fewer arguments about missing spoons. For a full month, Aeolus entertains Odysseus. Each evening he asks about Troy. Odysseus tells of the siege, the wooden horse, and the fall of the city. Each morning, Aeolus's household returns to feasting. The island seems protected from ordinary time, but the desire for Ithaca grows sharper with every day of comfort. At last Odysseus asks to leave. Aeolus agrees. He gives Odysseus a bag made from the hide of a great ox. Inside, he binds every wandering wind that might drive the fleet away from home. The bag is tied with a silver cord so tightly knotted that no breath can escape. Only the west wind remains free. It rises behind the ships, gentle and exact, carrying them toward Ithaca. Odysseus fastens the bag beside the steering bench and tells no one what it contains. Some swear that secrecy is necessary because the winds must not be named. Others say Odysseus simply trusts his men less than he trusts a sealed ox hide, which, under the circumstances, is understandable. For 9 days and 9 nights the fleet sails west. Odysseus does not sleep. He holds the steering oar himself and watches the stars. His hands stiffen, his eyes burn. The west wind never fails. On the 10th morning, Ithaca appears. You see smoke rising from familiar hills. Shepherd fires burn along the slopes. The harbour lies ahead, and men on shore tend their own watchfires close enough that their shapes can be seen. Odysseus finally sleeps. The crew gathers near the tied bag. They have watched their captain guard it throughout the voyage. They decide it must contain treasure, from Aeolus gold, silver, or precious stones hidden from those who shared his hardship. Envy moves quietly among them. One man touches the silver cord, another says that a fair captain would divide every gift. They untie the knot, the winds burst free. The bag opens with a roar like a gatehouse collapsing in winter. Sailcloth snaps, oars fly from hands. The sea turns white. Ithaca disappears behind rain as the fleet is driven backward across every mile it has crossed. Odysseus wakes and sees his homeland vanish. For a moment he considers throwing himself into the sea. Then he covers his head with his cloak and endures. There is little else to do when the weather has become a punishment and one's crew has mistaken a hurricane for personal jewelry. The storm returns them to Aeolus's island. Odysseus climbs to the palace and asks for help again. Aeolus listens, but his welcome has changed. If the gods have rejected this man so completely, he says then no mortal should interfere. He sends Odysseus away. The ships leave beneath their own oars. For 6 days the men row without favourable wind. Blisters split across their palms, shoulders ache. Water jars grow light, no songs keep the rhythm now. The sea lies flat and heavy beneath a colourless sky. On the 7th day they reach a narrow harbour surrounded by steep cliffs. A small opening leads into a deep basin where the water is perfectly still. 11 captains steer their ships inside and tie them close to shore. Odysseus alone leaves his vessel outside the entrance, fastening it beneath a rocky ledge. He does not know why caution moves him. Perhaps Athena places the thought in his mind. Perhaps the silence of the harbour feels wrong. Even now it is hard to tell whether wisdom arrives as divine guidance or as the quiet discomfort of a man who has survived too many welcoming shores. Odysseus sends 3 scouts inland. You follow along a road used by heavy wagons. The path climbs through a valley without sheepfields or shrines. At last you meet a young woman carrying a water jar from a spring. She is the daughter of Antiphates, king of the Laestrygonians. She points toward her father's house. The building rises enormous among the trees. Its door is taller than a town gate. Inside, the scouts encounter the queen, a woman so vast that her presence fills the hall with dread. She calls for Antiphates. The king enters and seizes one of the scouts. The other 2 flee. Behind them, horns sound across the valley. The Laestrygonians gather along the cliffs. They are giants more numerous than the Cyclopes and far better organized. They hurl rocks down upon the ships trapped in the harbour. Masts break, hulls split. The narrow entrance becomes clogged with wreckage. The old scribe lets the destruction pass in shadow and thunder rather than detail. You hear timber cracking, men calling, and stone striking water. One by one, 11 ships are lost. Only Odysseus's vessel remains outside. He cuts the mooring rope with his sword and orders every man to row. The ship escapes into open sea while the harbour behind it falls silent. 12 ships left Troy, 1 remains. The survivors row until the cliffs vanish. No man speaks of returning for the lost. They know there is nowhere to return. After days of grief and hunger, the lone ship reaches the island of Aea. Dense forest covers the hills. Smoke rises from somewhere inland. Odysseus beaches the vessel in a sheltered inlet, and the exhausted crew lies upon the shore for 2 days and nights, eating nothing beyond what remains in their packs. On the third morning, Odysseus climbs a ridge. From the top he sees a thin column of smoke among the trees. On his return, a great stag crosses his path. He kills it with his spear and carries it back over his shoulders, though the animal is so large that its hooves drag beside his feet. The men feast at last. They roast the meat over driftwood fires and mix the remaining wine with fresh water. For one evening, hunger loosens its grip. Yet the smoke inland continues to rise. At dawn, Odysseus divides the crew into 2 groups. He leads one, Eurylochus leads the other. They cast lots to decide who will explore. Eurylochus's group is chosen. The men enter the forest. You walk beneath oaks and dark pines where the ground is soft with needles. Strange birds call overhead. Around midday, a stone house appears in a clearing. Wolves and lions lie before it, but instead of attacking, they rise gently and wag their tails like trained hounds. Some swear these animals were once men transformed by magic. Others say Circe merely keeps unusually polite lions. Both explanations are troubling in different ways. From inside comes singing. Circe sits at a loom passing bright thread through the warp. Her voice is clear and low. The house smells of cedar smoke, honey, warm bread, and crushed herbs. She opens the door and invites the men inside. Only Eurylochus remains hidden. The others sit upon stools while Circe prepares a meal of cheese barley, honey, and wine. Into it she mixes a potion made from mysterious herbs. The sailors eat. Then Circe touches them with her wand. Their bodies become swine. They keep human minds, but are driven into a pen where acorns and berries are scattered before them. Eurylochus watches from the trees, too frightened to move until the door closes. He runs back to the shore. His face is pale. His words come in fragments. Odysseus takes up his sword and begins walking toward the house alone. Eurylochus begs him not to go. Odysseus continues. Along the forest path, Hermes appears in the form of a young man. He warns Odysseus of Circe's magic and gives him a plant called moly. Its root is black, its flower white, and the gods alone can pull it safely from the earth. No one can quite agree what mortal herb inspired the tale of moly. Monastery healers might suggest rue garlic or something expensive sold by an apothecary with excellent handwriting. Whatever it is, Odysseus carries it beneath his cloak. Hermes tells him what to do. He must drink Circe's potion. When it fails, he must draw his sword. Before trusting her, he must make her swear a sacred oath not to harm him. Odysseus reaches the house. The tame wolves circle his legs. Circe welcomes him and places the same enchanted meal before him. He eats and drinks. asks. She touches him with her wand. Nothing happens. Circe commands him to enter the pigsty. Odysseus draws his sword. She recoils and asks who he is. No ordinary man can resist her potion. She realizes that he must be Odysseus, whose coming Hermes once foretold. Circe offers peace. Odysseus demands the oath. Only after she swears does he lower the blade. Servants bathe him in warm water, rub oil into his salt-dried skin, and dress him in a clean cloak. Food is placed before him, but he sits without eating. He cannot feast while his companions remain animals. Circe relents. She enters the pen and rubs each swine with another potion. Their bristles fall away. Their human forms return, younger and stronger than before. They surround Odysseus, weeping with relief, while even Circe appears moved. The remaining crew is brought from the shore. At first, Eurylochus refuses to enter the house. He reminds everyone of the Cyclops' cave and accuses Odysseus of leading men into danger. Anger flashes between them, but the others intervene. At last, Eurylochus follows. Circe receives them all. For 1 full year they remain on Aeaea. The house becomes a place of rest. Bread is plentiful. Wine flows. Wool blankets cover the beds. Servants heat water in bronze cauldrons. The men repair clothes, mend sandals, and regain the weight lost at sea. Outside seasons pass softly through the forest. Leaves yellow fall and return. The sailors speak less often of departure. Comfort settles around them, not like the lotus's forgetfulness, but like warm rushes laid over a cold floor. At last, one evening, a companion touches Odysseus's shoulder. He reminds him of Ithaca. Odysseus goes to Circe and asks to leave. She does not refuse. Yet she tells him that the road home cannot continue across the living sea alone. Before the ship turns west, he must seek knowledge from Tiresias the blind prophet, and Tiresias is dead. The fire in Circe's hall burns low as she explains the route to the edge of ocean, where sunlight fails and the land of shadows begins. Odysseus listens in silence. Outside, the wind moves through the trees. The men sleep beneath warm blankets, unaware that their next road leads downward. Morning on arrives without comfort. Mist lies between the trees and the sea beyond the clearing. Clearing has the dull color of hammered lead. Circe's servants kindle the hearth, grind barley, and carry water in bronze jars. As though this were any ordinary departure day, bread is baked, wine skins are filled, salt meat is wrapped in cloth, sandals are checked for broken thongs, because even a voyage towards the dead apparently requires sensible footwear. You move through the house quietly. While Odysseus wakes the crew, one man does not rise. Elpenor, the youngest among them, drank too much the night before and climbed to the flat roof in search of cooler air. Startled awake by the calls below, he forgot the ladder, stepped into emptiness, and died beside the wall. No battle song marks his end, no monster strikes him down. He simply makes the sort of tired, foolish mistake that storytellers prefer to assign to unnamed servants. The men do not yet find him. They gather beside the ship, uneasy but obedient. Odysseus tells them where Circe has commanded them to sail. Grief passes through the group before the oars even touch water. Some sit down and cover their faces. Others accuse the gods. A few stare toward the forest as if the inland paths might offer escape. Odysseus does not pretend courage is easy. He orders the provisions aboard. Circe leads a black ewe and a black ram to the shore. She gives precise instructions for the rites that must be performed at the edge of ocean. Then, before anyone sees her depart, she vanishes. Some swear she walks away, hidden by mist. Others insist she takes the shape of a hawk. Even now it is hard to tell whether gods and enchantresses truly disappear or merely understand timing better than ordinary people. The sail rises. A following wind carries the vessel from Ithaca. For one day you cross a sea that grows steadily colder. The sun becomes pale. Birds vanish. The sailors stop speaking above whispers as though loud voices might draw the attention of something beneath the water. Their cloaks remain wrapped tight despite the work of rowing. Near sunset, you reach the farthest stream of ocean. Here lies the land of the Cimmerians, a people covered always by cloud and mist. Sunlight never seems to touch their fields. No cock crows, no market opens beneath bright awnings, no bells announce dawn because dawn itself appears to have misplaced the road. The ship grounds upon a grey shore. You carry the animals' offerings and tools inland. The earth is soft beneath your feet, not muddy exactly, but dark and yielding like ground beneath old yew trees. A river moves nearby without reflecting the sky. Odysseus finds the place Circe described. With his sword, he digs a trench 1 cubit long and 1 cubit wide. The labor would be simple beneath ordinary daylight, but here every handful of soil seems heavier. You kneel beside him, passing bowls and holding the lamp even though its flame burns low and blue. First Odysseus pours milk mixed with honey into the trench, then sweet wine, then water. He scatters white barley meal over the offerings and promises that once home he will sacrifice the best barren cow in Ithaca and burn treasures upon the fire for the dead. To Tiresias alone he promises a black ram. People in your medieval world leave bread coins, candles, and little wax figures at saints' shrines, hoping the holy dead will remember them kindly. The ancient rite feels stranger yet not entirely unfamiliar. The living have always worried that the unseen world may require gifts, correct words, and preferably exact change. Odysseus cuts the throats of the black animals over the trench. The scribe by the monastery hearth lets the moment pass gently, with only the dark offering sinking into earth and the smell of iron beneath cold air. Then the dead come. At first they are only movements at the edge of sight, a shape behind the mist, a whisper beside the river, the soft tread of feet that do not disturb the ground. Then they gather from every direction, young brides, old men, warriors marked by wounds, children who lived too briefly, and kings who once commanded halls now standing together without rank. Their voices overlap like dry leaves stirred along a cloister walk. They press toward the trench. Odysseus draws his sword and holds them back. None may drink until Tiresias has spoken. Among the shadows, one figure comes forward whom Odysseus knows immediately. It is Elpenor. The young sailor stands unburied still, wearing the tunic in which he died. Odysseus stares because when the ship departed, he did not know Elpenor was dead. Elpenor tells what happened upon the roof. He begs Odysseus not to leave him without funeral rites. His body must be burned with his armor. A mound must be raised beside the sea, and his oar planted above it so future travelers will know that a sailor lies there. No one can quite agree whether an unburied spirit truly wanders without rest, yet nearly every old culture fears it. Medieval villagers sometimes turn a corpse's shoes toward the door, open shutters, or cover mirrors so the departing soul will not lose its path. The dead, it seems, are believed to need almost as many directions as the living. Odysseus promises to return and honor him. Elpenor withdraws. Another shade approaches. Odysseus recognizes his mother Anticlea. When he sailed for Troy, she was alive. Now she stands among the dead, silent beside the trench. The sight nearly breaks him. He wants to let her drink at once, but Tiresias has not yet arrived. He holds the sword across the offering and turns his face away. At last the prophet comes. Tiresias carries a golden staff. Though blind in life and dead now, he alone among the shades retains a clear mind without first drinking. Persephone, queen of the underworld, has granted him understanding when all others move like fading dreams. He drinks from the trench. Then he speaks. Poseidon's anger still follows Odysseus because of Polyphemus. Home remains possible, but only if the crew shows restraint. They will come to the island of Thrinacia, where the sun god keeps sacred cattle and sheep. No one must harm them. If the herds are left untouched, Odysseus and his men may still return. If they are harmed, the ship and crew will be destroyed. Odysseus will come home late alone upon another man's vessel. He will find trouble inside his house, men consuming his wealth and courting his wife. He must punish them. Even after Ithaca is restored, the road will not end. Tiresias tells him to take an oar and walk inland until he reaches people who know nothing of the sea, who do not salt their food, and mistake the oar for a winnowing fan. There he must make peace with Poseidon through sacrifice. Only then may he return home and live into gentle old age. The prophecy contains hope, but it is hope with an impressive number of conditions. Odysseus asks how he may speak to his mother. Tiresias tells him that any shade allowed to drink will answer truthfully. Then the prophet withdraws into the mist, his staff fading last. Odysseus lowers the sword. Anticlea drinks. At once she knows him. She asks why he has come alive into the land of death. Odysseus asks how she died, whether sickness took her or an arrow of Artemis or some quiet fever. He asks about Penelope, Telemachus, Laertes, and the kingdom. His mother tells him that Penelope remains faithful, grieving through the nights and enduring the days. Telemachus holds the estate as best he can. Laertes lives apart in the country, sleeping in winter, near the servants beside the ashes, and wearing patched clothing against the cold. Anticleia did not die from illness. She died from longing for her son. Odysseus reaches for her. His arms close on nothing. He tries again and again. Her shape passes through him like smoke. A third time he embraces empty air. He asks whether Persephone has sent only an image to increase his sorrow. Anticleia explains that this is the condition of death. Flesh, bone, and sinew are consumed by fire, while the spirit flies away like a dream. Her voice softens. Then she is carried back among the shadows. Other women come forward, queens and mothers of ancient houses. Odysseus listens to their names and sorrows, though the scribe allows many to pass like figures painted in the margin of a manuscript. Their lives differ, but the same threads return. Marriages arranged, children lost, gods interfering where they were not invited, and families discovering that prophecy rarely improves domestic peace. Then the spirits of Odysseus's comrades arrive. Agamemnon drinks and remembers. The great commander of the Greeks tells how he returned home expecting welcome and found betrayal instead. He speaks bitterly of the wife and her lover who killed him at a feast. His sorrow has hardened into suspicion. He warns Odysseus not to trust too easily, though he praises Penelope and admits that not every homecoming waits beneath the same dark roof. Odysseus listens, thinking of Ithaca. Next comes Achilles. In life, Achilles chose a short life, with glory over a long, obscure one. Now Odysseus praises him as the greatest of the Greeks, and suggests that even among the dead, he must hold power. Achilles rejects the comfort. He would rather serve as a poor labourer beneath the sun than rule all the dead below. The words settle heavily in the mist. Songs make glory shine, but the dead hero speaks only of daylight, breath work, and the ordinary gift of waking. When Odysseus tells him that his son Neoptolemus fought bravely at Troy, Achilles brightens. Pride in the living reaches where praise for the dead cannot. Ajax appears at a distance. He still resents Odysseus because the armor of Achilles was awarded to Odysseus after the hero's death. That quarrel drove Ajax toward ruin. Odysseus speaks gently now, wishing the contest had never been decided. He asks Ajax to forgive him. Ajax says nothing. He turns and walks into darkness. Sometimes silence is the only answer the dead choose to keep. Farther off, Odysseus sees Minos, judging spirits. He sees Orion hunting across fields of shadow. He sees Tantalus standing in water that retreats whenever he bends, to drink beneath fruit branches that lift whenever he reaches. He sees Sisyphus pushing a stone uphill only for it to roll down again. The suspicious monk beside your distant hearth would understand Sisyphus immediately. He has spent the evening moving the same smoking log back onto the fire with very similar results. At last, Odysseus fears that more terrible shapes may rise from below. He calls his men back. They return to the ship, pale and silent. The offerings are left behind. The sail is raised, and the current of ocean carries the vessel away from the shore where no sunlight falls. Slowly the sky lightens. Stars return. Wind takes the sail. The men speak only when necessary, each guarding whatever voice he heard among the dead. By the time Aeaea appears again, morning lies warm upon the trees. You carry Elpenor's body from beside Circe's house. The crew builds a pyre on the headland. His armor is burned with him. Stones are raised into a mound, and his oar is planted at the top, leaning against the sky. The rites are simple but complete. Circe comes from the forest with bread, meat, and wine for the exhausted men. She knows where they have been before Odysseus speaks. Warm cloaks are spread near the fire. Cups pass from hand to hand. Odysseus sits beneath the trees, hearing Tiresias's warning again. A sacred herd waits somewhere ahead. Beyond it waits the narrow road toward home. Circe keeps Odysseus and his companions beside her fire until the morning mist has lifted from the trees. Bread lies upon wooden boards. A pot of barley porridge steams near the hearth, and cups of watered wine warm stiff hands. The men eat quietly, still carrying the underworld in their faces. No one jokes about the shadows. No one speaks Elpenor's name, though his oar stands above the mound on the headland, dark against the pale sky. Circe draws Odysseus aside. Her voice is calm, but every word tightens the voyage ahead. First, she says, the ship must pass the island of the Sirens, whose song draws sailors from their course. Beyond them lies a choice between two dangers, the cliff of Scylla and the whirlpool of Charybdis. No safe road passes between. There is only the lesser loss. Odysseus listens without interrupting. This is unusual enough to suggest how seriously he takes the warning. Circe tells him how to resist the Sirens. He must soften beeswax and seal the ears of every companion. If he wishes to hear the song himself, he may be tied upright against the mast. The ropes must be tight, and if he begs for release, the crew must bind him tighter. She then speaks of Scylla. The creature lives high in a dark cave within a sheer cliff. She has 6 long necks, 6 terrible heads, and 12 feet hidden beneath her. Each head seizes one sailor from any ship passing below. No weapon can defeat her in the few moments available. Across the strait waits Charybdis. 3 times each day the sea sinks into her mouth, and 3 times it rises again. A ship caught in the whirlpool will vanish with every man aboard. Odysseus asks whether he may fight Scylla. Circe's eyes harden. She tells him that battle is not always courage. Sometimes it is vanity wearing armor. He must not stop beneath the cliff. He must row swiftly and accept what cannot be prevented. The answer troubles him. A king is expected to defend his men. A captain is expected to act. Yet Circe asks him to pass beneath a monster, knowing 6 companions will be taken. The duty feels heavier than any bronze shield. At last, She warns him of Thrinacia, the island of the sun god. There graze 7 herds of cattle, and 7 flocks of sheep, each numbering 50. They do not breed, they do not die, and they are watched by the daughters of the sun. If the men leave them unharmed, the voyage may continue. If they touch them, destruction will follow. Tiresias has already given the same warning. Odysseus remembers. By mid-morning, the crew carries provisions to the shore. Circe's servants bring water jars, wheels of cheese, sacks of barley, and smoked meat wrapped in cloth. One servant tucks dried rue into the folds of a sailor's cloak, saying the herb turns away enchantment. In your medieval world, people hang rowan twigs above doors, carry iron nails against fairies, and tuck saints' medals beneath shirts. A sailor facing singing monsters is unlikely to reject extra protection merely because the theology is untidy. The ship leaves Odyssey beneath a steady wind. Circe stands among the trees until the island becomes a grey line behind you. The men row in silence. Before noon the sea grows strangely smooth. No gull follows. No fish breaks the surface. Odysseus takes a round cake of beeswax and kneads it between his palms. The sun softens it further. He tears it into pieces and presses one into each sailor's ears. The men grimace as the wax seals away wind, oar, creak, and human voice. The world becomes distant around them. Then they bind Odysseus to the mast. Rope crosses his chest, arms, and ankles. He tests the knots. They do not move. 2 men add another loop because after the Cyclops and the bag of winds, the crew has learned that extra rope may be a form of leadership. The sail lowers. The men take up oars. You sit among them with wax in your ears, watching Odysseus's face as the island of the Sirens appears. It is low and green, edged with white stone. At first, nothing moves upon it. Then shapes become visible near the shore. Pale figures sit among tall grass. Around them lie the remains of those who came before, broken oars, weathered shields, splintered planks, and bones bleached beneath the sun. Odysseus hears the song, "You do not." That silence makes the sight more unsettling. His expression changes. Tension leaves his brow. His eyes widen, not with fear, but recognition. The Sirens promise knowledge. They sing that they know all that happened at Troy. They know every hidden motive, every forgotten name, every choice made by gods and men. They know the road ahead. Some swear the Sirens sing with the voices of beautiful women. Others say each listener hears the voice most deeply missed. Even now it is hard to tell whether their power lies in music prophecy or the simple promise that one may finally understand everything. Odysseus strains against the rope. He commands the crew to free him. The rowers see only his moving mouth and desperate eyes. Following his earlier order, they pull the knots tighter. He gestures furiously. One sailor, perhaps enjoying this rare permission, adds another binding around the king's waist. The Sirens lean towards the shore. Odysseus twists against the mast until the rope cuts his skin. He begs, threatens, and promises rewards. None of it reaches the wax-sealed ears around him. The ship moves on. Slowly the island falls behind. The song weakens. Odysseus's face clears as though he has woken from fever. When he nods, the men remove their wax and untie him. No one asks what he heard. Perhaps they fear the answer. The wind returns, but not for long. Ahead the sea narrows between two cliffs. Cloud hangs around their heights. The water moves in conflicting currents, pulling left and right beneath the hull. Odysseus tells the crew about Charybdis. He says a whirlpool waits on one side and orders them to keep close to the opposite cliff. He does not tell them about Scylla. Fear, he believes, would make them abandon the oars and hide below deck. This silence becomes another burden he carries alone. The men row harder. On the left, a fig tree clings to black rock above the water. Beneath it, the sea begins to sink. Charybdis draws the surface downward with a deep, hollow sound. Foam circles. Broken branches vanish. The ship tilts toward the widening funnel. The crew cries out. Odysseus moves between the benches, urging them onward. He has strapped on armor and taken 2 spears despite Circe's command. Heroic habits are difficult to set aside, especially when someone has specifically explained that they will not help. The ship edges away from the whirlpool. At that moment Scylla strikes. 6 heads descend from the mist. Each seizes a sailor. The old scribe beside your monastery hearth lets the moment pass behind spray and shadow. You see hands, reaching oars falling, and empty places opening along the benches. The names of the lost are shouted once before the cliff carries them away. Odysseus stands with useless spears in his hands. Of all the hardships he later remembers, he says this is the most pitiful. The men look toward him as they are taken, calling to the captain who cannot save them. The ship passes beyond the cliff. No one rows for several breaths. Then Charybdis roars behind them and survival forces movement to begin again. Oars return to the water. The narrow strait widens. The cliffs recede. 6 benches remain partly empty. At sunset, the survivors beach the ship on a rocky shore. They make no feast. They eat cold barley cakes softened in water and wrap themselves in cloaks stiff with salt. Odysseus sits apart near the bow. The dog from the monastery story appears beside him for one quiet moment, resting its chin upon his knee. The scribe does not explain this. Perhaps grief, like dreams, opens doors through which loyal animals may travel. Before dawn, the dog is gone. The men launch again. Soon they hear cattle lowing across the water. The sound is ordinary warm, almost domestic. After monsters and whirlpools, the idea of pasture feels like mercy. Then the island of Thrinacia appears beneath the morning sun. Wide fields slope from wooded hills. Streams shine between green banks. The cattle are visible from the ship, broad-backed animals with polished horns grazing in perfect groups. White sheep move across the higher ground like patches of cloud. Odysseus recognizes the place. He orders the crew to sail past. Eurylochus protests. The men are exhausted. Their hands are raw. 6 companions have just been lost. Night approaches, and rowing beyond an unknown coast in darkness may destroy them as surely as any sacred herd. He argues that they should land, eat only the provisions aboard, and leave at dawn. The crew supports him. Odysseus hesitates. He remembers Tiresias, he remembers Circe. He makes every man swear not to harm the cattle or sheep. They swear. The ship enters a sheltered bay. You step ashore, beneath a sky turning gold. The sailors gather driftwood and light a small fire. Supper is poor but lawful barley meal mixed with water, a little cheese, and the last scraps of smoked meat. Beyond the firelight, sacred cattle graze without fear. The men sleep. During the night the wind changes. Morning brings a storm from the south. Waves break across the mouth of the harbour. Rain sweeps the fields. The ship cannot leave. One day passes, then another. The crew shelters in a hollow near the rocks, repairing cloaks and scraping barnacles from the hull. Water is plentiful, but provisions begin to shrink. They fish from the shore and search for roots. Birds are scarce. The sacred herds remain everywhere, slow and well-fed, their hides shining even beneath rain. A month passes. The wind does not turn. Hunger changes the men. Their belts tighten. Their faces grow hollow. They chew leaves and dig for shellfish beneath stones. Barley disappears from the last sack. The wineskins collapse. Still the cattle graze. No fence surrounds them. No armed guard watches. Only the daughters of the sun, said to tend the herd somewhere beyond sight, stand between hunger and punishment. Odysseus reminds the crew of their oath. He walks inland to pray, seeking a place away from the complaints of starving men. In a sheltered hollow he raises his hands to the gods and asks for a path of escape. Instead, a deep sleep falls upon him. No one can quite agree whether a god sends the sleep or whether exhaustion simply claims him. Either way, he is absent when Eurylochus gathers the crew. Eurylochus speaks softly. He says every death is hateful, but starvation is the worst. Better to slaughter the finest cattle, offer part to the gods, and survive. If they reach Ithaca, they can build a rich temple to the sun and repay the loss with gifts. It is the reasoning of a hungry man, and hunger is an excellent lawyer. The sailors look toward the grazing herd. Rain darkens their cloaks. Their hands tremble. One by one they rise. Eurylochus leads them across the rain-dark field towards the nearest herd. The cattle do not run. They lift their broad heads and watch the men approach with calm, shining eyes. Water beads along their horns. Their breath steams in the cold air, and for one strange moment they resemble ordinary farm animals waiting outside a winter byre. That ordinary sight makes the decision worse. The sailors choose the finest cow. They have no barley left for the proper scattering before sacrifice, so they strip tender leaves from an oak and use those instead. They have no wine to pour, so they offer water. Every part of the rite is an imitation of what should be done, assembled from hunger and necessity. People in your medieval world sometimes believe that a poorly performed ritual is more dangerous than none at all. A candle placed backward before a saint, a prayer spoken with the wrong name, or a burial bell rung at the wrong hour may invite confusion among powers best kept orderly. Here beneath the endless rain, the men perform sacred gestures while breaking the sacred command itself. Eurylochus speaks the prayer. He promises the sun god a temple in Ithaca, rich with offerings, if the crew survives. The bargain sounds generous only because the men are offering future treasure in exchange for a cow that already belongs to the god. They slaughter the animal. The old scribe beside your monastery hearth keeps the harsher details behind the rain. You hear the lowing of the herd, the hiss of wet wood, and the sailors breathing hard as they work. They wrap pieces of meat in fat and place them over the fire. The smell spreads across the field. Then the signs begin. The hides crawl upon the ground. The meat upon the spit seems to bellow. Some swear these wonders truly occur. Others say starving men frightened by their own act hear accusation in every sound. Even now it is hard to tell whether the sacred cattle speak or guilt simply finds a voice. No one stops eating. Hunger has carried them beyond caution. They roast the meat, divide it, and consume it slowly. Warmth returns to their hands. Grease shines on their lips. For the first time in many days, their stomachs are full. When Odysseus wakes in the sheltered hollow, the smell reaches him. He rises at once. Rain runs from his cloak as he crosses the field. Before he sees the fire, he knows. The rich scent of roasting meat is too strong, too wrong, and far too cheerful for a crew that possessed nothing but roots an hour before. He finds the sailors seated around the remains. His anger comes first, then fear. He calls them reckless, faithless, and doomed. Yet the words fall upon men who have already eaten and cannot place the meat back upon the living animal. Eurylochus reminds him that they were starving. He says no one willingly chooses death while food walks within reach. Odysseus turns toward the sky and cries out to the gods. No answer comes through the rain. Far above, one of the sun god's daughters carries the news to her father. Helios goes before Zeus and demands punishment. If the men who killed his cattle escape, he says he will descend into the underworld and shine among the dead instead of the living. This threat troubles the gods. Daylight is useful even to immortals, and moving the sun into the land of shadows would create administrative difficulties of a scale no temple priest wishes to imagine. Zeus promises justice. For 6 days the crew continues to feast upon the sacred herd. The storm still traps the ship. Each morning another portion of meat is cooked. Each night the men sleep more heavily, though no one rests well. The cattle's cries seem to continue after darkness. Shadows move beyond the fire. A sailor wakes, convinced that horns scrape against the hull, but when he looks, the beach is empty. Odysseus eats none of the forbidden meat. He survives on what little can be found along the shore: bitter roots, shellfish, and water. His companions offer him a portion, but he refuses. He sits apart beneath his wet cloak, listening to the wind and waiting for punishment. The dried rue tucked earlier into one sailor's clothing is hung beside the fire as a charm. By morning, it has blackened. The man decides this proves the herb has absorbed the curse. Another sailor points out that it was hanging directly above smoke. Both explanations provide equal comfort, which is to say, none. On the seventh day the south wind dies, clouds lift, the sea beyond the harbour smooths beneath pale sunlight. The crew rushes to the ship. They carry what remains of their water aboard, repair the sail and push from the shore. Behind them, the sacred herd spread across Thrinacia's fields as if nothing has happened. Yet the island seems to watch. Odysseus takes the steering oar. No one speaks of Ithaca. The men row until the land shrinks behind them. The sea is calm, and for several hours the quiet feels almost hopeful. Then a black cloud gathers above the mast. It forms too quickly to be natural. Wind drops from it in a single, violent blow. The sail tears across the middle. The mast splits and falls backward, striking the helmsman and carrying him overboard. Zeus's thunder rolls across the water. A bolt of lightning strikes the ship. The hull shudders. Sulphur fills the air. The men are thrown from the benches as the vessel spins beneath the storm. Oars scatter. Jars break. The deck tilts sharply. The old scribe lowers his voice again. You see shapes in the white water, then fewer shapes, then only fragments of wood. The companions who escaped. Troy the Cyclops, the Laestrygonians, Circe, the underworld, the Sirens and the narrow strait are lost within moments. Tiresias's warning has come true. Odysseus is left alone. He clings to a broken section of the ship while waves lift and drop him. Nearby the mast and keel remain joined by a strip of leather. He swims toward them and binds the pieces together, making a rough raft. No food survives. No water jar remains. His cloak is gone. His hands bleed from rope and splintered wood. Around him stretches an empty sea beneath the fading storm. The silence after so many voices is almost unbearable. He calls the names of his companions, but no answer rises. One by one he remembers where each man sat, how each held an oar, who snored, who sang badly, who complained about onions, and who once claimed he could predict weather from the ache in his left knee. A ship's company becomes a small household at sea. Men quarrel over water blankets, rowing pace, and portions of bread. They know one another's habits too well. Only when all are gone does Odysseus understand how completely those irritating voices filled the world. The storm drives him backward. By nightfall the current carries him towards the narrow waters he passed before. Ahead he hears a deep roar. Charybdis waits. The whirlpool begins to swallow the sea. Odysseus sees the fig tree growing from the cliff above it, the same tree Circe described. As the broken raft slides toward the spinning water, he leaps and catches a branch. He hangs there. Below, Charybdis draws down the mast keel, and every remaining scrap of the ship. The sea opens like a dark mouth. Odysseus grips the branch while his legs swing above foam. He cannot climb to safety because the cliff is sheer. He cannot release his hold because nothing floats below. So he waits. The moment stretches. His arms burn. Bark cuts his palms. Time becomes the distance between one breath and the next. He thinks of the monastery bell that marks hours for monks of shepherds, reading daylight by shadows of sailors measuring watches by stars. Here there is no bell, no candle, no shadow that matters. There is only the hope that Charybdis will return what she has taken. At last the sea rises. The broken timbers burst back to the surface. Odysseus releases the branch and falls. He lands near the floating keel, climbs upon it and uses his hands as oars. Scylla does not see him. Perhaps the gods hide him. Perhaps the creature sleeps. No one can quite agree whether mercy or chance carries him beyond the cliff. For 9 days he drifts. Sun burns his shoulders, night cold stiffens his limbs. He drinks rain when it falls and catches droplets gathered in hollows of wood. Once a seabird lands upon the mast fragment and watches him. Odysseus speaks to it for half a morning before it flies away. Which is what happens when a sailor has lost both crew and standards for conversation. He dreams while awake. He sees Ithaca's hills rising from the sea. He hears Penelope at the loom and Telemachus running through a courtyard as a child. He smells olive smoke from his own hearth. Then the vision becomes Thrinacia, and cattle stand beneath the rafters, chewing the rushes. The sun rises and sets. His body weakens, but the current carries him onward. On the 10th night, clouds hide every star. Odysseus lies across the timbers with one arm looped around a rope. He no longer knows where the sea is taking him. The darkness has no direction. Beside the distant monastery fire, the scribe pauses to dip his pen into ink. The half-burned candle has become a small leaning stump, and wax runs over the iron holder. The suspicious monk wakes just long enough to place another log upon the hearth, then wraps his fur-lined cloak around his shoulders and sleeps again. The dog beneath the bench raises its head. For a moment its eyes seem fixed upon Odysseus alone upon the water. Then morning appears. A green line rests upon the horizon. It grows into cliffs, trees, and a sheltered shore. Smoke rises from somewhere inland. Odysseus cannot know whether the island holds rescue captivity or another danger wearing a pleasant face. He has no strength left to choose. The current takes him toward it. Behind him, every ship that sailed from Troy is gone. Every companion who followed him is lost. The sea has stripped away treasure, armor, command, and pride until only the man remains. He floats beneath the widening light alone upon the empty sea. Then Odysseus falls silent. The Phaeacian hall returns around you, bronze lamps, polished pillars, low firelight, and the dark windows beyond which the harbour water moves beneath the moon. No one reaches for a cup. No servant crosses the floor. Even Demodocus rests both hands upon his lyre as though the last note of the voyage still hangs somewhere among the rafters. King Alcinous looks upon the wanderer who has lost 12 ships, every companion, and nearly 20 years of ordinary life. He renews his promise. The Phaeacians will carry Odysseus home. Before dawn, gifts are brought from the royal storehouses, bronze vessels, folded cloaks worked gold, and a carved chest secured with a careful knot. Queen Arete packs the garments herself. Euryalus adds the sword given after the games. Servants prepare bread, roasted meat, watered wine, and enough provisions for the voyage, though Odysseus has learned that no amount of packed food guarantees a straightforward journey. The sailors choose their swiftest ship. Its hull is dark and smooth, fresh wool blankets are spread beneath the stern. The gifts are placed below the benches and tied so tightly that even an unusually ambitious wave would struggle to steal them. Odysseus thanks Alcinous and Arete. He looks once toward Nausicaa, whose courage beside the river first opened the road to this hall. She asks him to remember her when he is home. He promises he will. Then he boards. The Phaeacian rowers push from the harbour beneath a sky still bright with stars. Their oars enter the water together, scarcely making a sound. The ship moves with a speed unlike any vessel Odysseus has known. It glides beyond the island, crossing the sea as smoothly as thought. You sit near him beneath a fur-lined cloak. Warm food and wine have made his limbs heavy. The sailors arrange blankets beneath his head. At last, without storm warning or watch to keep, Odysseus sleeps. His sleep is deep. No dream reaches him, no dead companion speaks, no cow lows beneath a darkened sun. For the first time in years he does not wake at every change of wind. While he sleeps, Ithaca rises from the sea. The Phaeacians enter a hidden harbour near an olive tree and a cave sacred to nymphs. Dawn has not yet touched the hilltops. Mist lies along the shore. The sailors lift Odysseus carefully from the ship and place him upon the sand, still wrapped in blankets. They carry out the gifts and stack them beneath the olive tree. Then they leave. Odysseus returns to Ithaca without fanfare, trumpet gate procession, or even a servant holding a lamp. He lies asleep beside his own shore, like a traveller left outside an inn after closing time. The Phaeacian ship turns homeward. Poseidon sees it. The sea god has not forgotten Polyphemus's prayer. He complains to Zeus that mortals no longer respect him if the Phaeacians may carry his enemies safely across the sea. Zeus allows him to punish the ship without harming the city. As the vessel approaches its harbour, Poseidon touches it. The ship becomes stone. It stops in the water, shaped forever like a vessel sailing toward home. The Phaeacians gather along the shore in astonishment. They remember an old prophecy that one day Poseidon would punish them for escorting strangers. Whether the stone ship remains visible to later sailors, no one can quite agree. Some swear they have seen it beneath mist, others point toward an ordinary rock and improve it greatly through confidence. On Ithaca, Odysseus wakes. He opens his eyes beneath the olive branches and does not recognize the land. Athena has covered the familiar hills in mist. The harbour looks strange. The paths appear changed. Odysseus sits upright and sees the gifts beside him. His first thought is that the Phaeacians have left him on some unknown shore. He counts the treasure. Every piece is present. This reassures him only slightly. A man may be lost while still possessing excellent bronze bowls. Athena approaches disguised as a young shepherd, wearing sandals, a fine cloak, and a spear. Odysseus asks what land this is. The disguised goddess tells him it is Ithaca, famous enough that even distant peoples know its name. Odysseus rejoices inwardly, but he does not reveal himself. Instead, he invents a complicated story about coming from Crete after killing a man and escaping aboard a Phoenician ship. The lie unfolds easily, complete with family history storms, betrayal, and several unnecessary geographic details. Athena smiles. She drops the disguise and appears as herself. Even after years of suffering, she says Odysseus cannot resist testing a stranger with a false tale. She praises his caution and tells him that the time has come to recover his house. The mist clears. The harbour becomes familiar. The olive tree, the cave, the line of the hills each returns as though memory has been laid over the land. Odysseus kneels and touches the earth. He kisses Ithacan soil. After all his longing, the ground beneath his hands is not golden or soft. It is coarse, damp, and scattered with small stones. Home has never promised comfort. It has promised recognition. Athena helps him hide the Phaeacian gifts inside the cave. She rolls a stone across the entrance and explains what has happened in the palace. The suitors consume his herds. Penelope delays them. Telemachus has travelled for news and now returns in danger because the suitors plan to kill him before he reaches home. Odysseus's hand tightens around his staff. Athena tells him to wait. He must enter his own land unseen. She touches his face and shoulders. His skin wrinkles. His hair thins and turns grey. His fine clothing becomes a stained tunic beneath a patched cloak. A worn leather bag hangs from a cord at his side. She dims the brightness of his eyes and bends his posture until the king of Ithaca resembles an old beggar who has slept beneath too many hedges. The disguise is complete. The dog from the monastery guest house appears on the path, sniffs him once, and immediately recognizes him. Athena looks at the animal. The dog looks back. Neither explains anything. Odysseus walks inland. The road climbs between stone walls and neglected fields. Autumn wind moves through olive leaves. Shepherds have hung bits of red wool near one gate to ward off the evil eye. At a roadside shrine, someone has left a small cake, 3 olives, and a cracked clay figurine. Travellers often give offerings before dangerous journeys, though this particular traveller has finished his journey and discovered that arrival may be more dangerous still. By evening he reaches the hut of Eumaeus, the loyal swineherd. 4 savage dogs rush from the yard. Odysseus drops his staff and sits still. Eumaeus runs outside shouting and throwing stones until the animals retreat. He apologizes, saying the dogs nearly killed a stranger while their master is absent. He does not recognize Odysseus. The swineherd wears a cloak of thick goat hide. His hut stands within a fenced enclosure built from heavy stones, thorn branches, and oak posts. Nearby are 12 pens holding hundreds of pigs, though the finest animals are regularly sent to the palace for the suitors' feasts. Eumaeus leads the beggar inside. The hut is warm with smoke. Dry rushes cover the floor. A wooden bowl-iron knife and clay cups rest beside the hearth. Eumaeus spreads a bed of twigs and skins for his guest, then cuts meat from a young pig and roasts it upon spits. He pours wine into a rough cup. Hospitality survives here, even though it has rotted in the palace. Eumaeus gives the stranger the best portion he possesses. He speaks bitterly of the suitors and tenderly of Odysseus, whom he believes lost. He says no master could have treated him more kindly, not even his own parents. Odysseus listens. He longs to tell the truth, yet caution holds him. Instead, he offers another Cretan tale and swears that Odysseus will return soon. Eumaeus shakes his head. Too many wanderers have brought Penelope false news in exchange for food and clothing. Hope has become another thing strangers sell at the gate. Still he does not turn the beggar away. Night deepens. Rain strikes the roof. Eumaeus gives Odysseus his own thick cloak while he goes outside to sleep near the animals, guarding them from thieves and wild beasts. The loyalty in this humble act moves Odysseus more than the bronze halls of Phaeacia. The next morning, the monastery bell seems to sound faintly through the hills. Far across the island, Telemachus has returned. Warned by Athena, he avoids the suitors' ambush. His ship lands at a quiet shore, and he sends the crew toward the town while he walks inland toward Eumaeus's hut. The dog hears him first. It runs to the path, tail beating against the fence. Eumaeus looks up and sees the young prince. He drops the bowls in his hands. The swineherd embraces Telemachus as though a son has returned from death. He kisses his face and weeps openly. Telemachus laughs, embarrassed and relieved, then enters the hut. Odysseus rises in respect. Telemachus tells the old beggar to remain seated. He assumes the stranger is another unfortunate traveller, sheltered by Eumaeus. Food is placed before him, coarse bread, roast meat, and wine, watered from the previous night. Telemachus speaks of the palace. The suitors are still there. Penelope is trapped between hope and pressure. The household is divided. Some servants remain loyal. Others have joined the men consuming the estate. Odysseus watches his son. The baby he left has become a young man who chooses words carefully, though anger moves beneath them. His hands resemble Penelope's. His silence resembles Odysseus's own. Eumaeus is sent to the palace to tell Penelope that Telemachus has returned safely. When he leaves, Athena appears outside the hut. Only Odysseus sees her. She touches him. His back straightens. The rags become a clean cloak and tunic, his face grows younger and stronger, bronze light seems to return to his skin. Telemachus stares. He believes the stranger must be a god. Odysseus tells him no god stands before him, he is his father. Telemachus does not believe him. The claim is too large. Odysseus has been absent throughout the whole remembered shape of his life. A father known through stories cannot simply step out of a beggar's cloak beside a smoky hearth. Athena changes Odysseus back again before his eyes from aged stranger to king, and then to the worn man he truly is. Telemachus begins to weep. They embrace. For a long while, neither speaks clearly. The hut fills with grief released after years of waiting. Odysseus holds the son he last carried as an infant. Telemachus touches the face he has imagined from other men's descriptions. At last they sit together. Odysseus tells how the Phaeacians carried him home. He does not recount every island. There will be time for that if they survive what comes next. They begin to plan. Telemachus must return to the palace before the beggar. He must hide surprise when Odysseus arrives. Together they will remove the weapons hanging in the hall, claiming the smoke damages them or that drunken quarrels make them unsafe. Odysseus will test the household. He must learn who remains loyal. Athena changes him once more into the old beggar. When Eumaeus returns, he notices nothing. Telemachus leaves for the palace at dawn, taking the dog only as far as the fork in the road. The animal then turns back toward Odysseus, apparently unwilling to choose between generations. Later, Eumaeus guides the beggar toward town. The path is muddy from rain. They pass a fountain where women fill jars, fields worked by servants, and a roadside altar, darkened by old smoke. Near the palace they meet Melanthius, a goatherd who has sided with the suitors. He insults the beggar. He strikes him with a heel and laughs when Odysseus nearly falls. Odysseus endures it, storing the man's face and conduct in memory. Revenge, like winter pottage, improves when allowed to thicken slowly. At the palace gate lies an ancient dog named Argos. He once hunted beside Odysseus. Now he is old, neglected, and covered in dust. When the disguised king approaches, Argos lifts his head, his ears rise, his tail moves once. He recognizes his master. Odysseus turns away to hide tears. He cannot greet the animal without revealing himself. Argos lowers his head and dies after seeing the man he has waited 20 years to see. Inside, the suitors feast. Odysseus enters his own hall, carrying a beggar's staff and bowl. Telemachus sits apart, pretending not to know him. Penelope remains upstairs. The half-burned hearth fire sends smoke into the rafters, and weapons still hang along the walls. Odysseus moves from man to man, asking for scraps. Some give bread, others mock him. Antinous throws a stool and strikes his shoulder. Odysseus remains standing. The loyal servants watch with pity. The disloyal ones laugh. One by one, without knowing it, they reveal themselves. And beneath the beggar's torn cloak, the king of Ithaca quietly counts them all. The feast continues around him. Grease shines upon wooden trenchers. Wine darkens the rushes where cups have spilled. Servants carry baskets of coarse bread between benches, and smoke from the hearth gathers beneath the beams. The suitors speak loudly because men who feel secure often mistake noise for authority. Antinous laughs at the beggar he has struck. Eurymachus watches more carefully, smiling with the patient face of someone who prefers another man to commit the first cruelty. Odysseus lowers himself near the fire. His shoulder aches where the stool landed, but he gives no sign. Telemachus remains across the hall, his hands still upon his knees. Father and son do not exchange a glance. The weapons that once hung along the walls have already been carried into a storeroom under the excuse that smoke tarnishes bronze and drunken guests may quarrel. Both reasons are true, only the timing is deceptive. Outside, evening rain brushes the courtyard. The old monastery bell seems to sound somewhere beyond Ithaca, joining the remembered creak of the broken cartwheel and the faint tapping of the scribe's nearly spent candle. The wandering dog rests beneath the table, nose upon its paws, having apparently decided that destiny is easier to endure after supper. Penelope hears of the stranger upstairs. A maid tells her that the old beggar claims to possess news of Odysseus. Penelope has listened to many such claims, each offered by a traveller, hoping for a cloak, a meal, or a place near the hearth. Yet something in this visitor's manner troubles the servants. He endures insult without fear. He speaks like a man accustomed to giving orders, though he carries only a staff and a patched leather bag. When the suitors finally leave the hall for the night, Penelope descends. She wears a veil and a dark wool robe. 2 attendants carry lamps before her. Their flames move across the walls, touching empty weapon hooks and carved pillars polished by generations of hands. Odysseus watches her enter. 20 years lie between them. He sees the woman he remembers and the years he has missed at once, patience in the set of her mouth, tiredness beneath her eyes, and caution where easy joy might once have been. He must remain still. Penelope sits beside the hearth and questions the beggar. Who is he? Where does he come from? What clothing did Odysseus wear when this supposed meeting occurred? Odysseus tells another Cretan tale, but within it he places truths. He describes a purple cloak fastened with a golden brooch showing a hound holding a fawn. He remembers the tunic beneath it, smooth and bright as the skin of an onion. He names Eurybates, Odysseus's round-shouldered herald and trusted companion. Penelope weeps. These details are too exact to dismiss. Still, she does not surrender to hope. She has survived too long by testing every promise. Odysseus tells her that her husband is near and will return before the moon changes. Penelope listens but says she no longer trusts dreams or wandering reports. She orders the old nurse Eurycleia to wash the stranger's feet. Odysseus stiffens. Eurycleia carried him when he was an infant. She knows the old scar upon his thigh left by a boar during a hunt on Mount Parnassus. He tries to choose another servant, but Penelope insists. The nurse heats water in a bronze basin and kneels. In medieval houses, foot washing belongs to hospitality, humility, and holy days. Monasteries sometimes wash the feet of pilgrims, though the enthusiasm of the brothers may depend greatly upon the pilgrim and the road he has travelled. Here the custom becomes dangerous. Euryclea's fingers find the scar. The basin slips from her hands. Water spills across the floor. She looks up and recognizes him. Joy opens her mouth, but Odysseus catches her throat gently and pulls her close. He whispers that she must remain silent. The household cannot yet know. Euryclea nods through tears. She turns toward Penelope, but Athena distracts the queen so that she does not notice the exchange. Some swear the goddess clouds Penelope's sight. Others say grief has taught her not to look too closely at hope. Later the hall empties. Telemachus and Odysseus remove the last spears and shields. Athena carries a golden lamp before them, or perhaps only makes the darkness seem less deep. Telemachus asks how the room is so bright, without torch or candle. Odysseus tells him to keep the question for another time. This is sensible advice whenever a goddess is quietly helping with furniture. Before dawn, Penelope makes her decision. She will hold a contest. Odysseus once possessed a great bow, polished and difficult to bend. Whoever can string it and shoot an arrow through the sockets of 12 axe heads will become her husband. The axes are brought into the hall and planted in a straight line. Their metal heads rise above the floor, each with a narrow opening aligned toward the target. Servants lay the bow and a quiver of arrows upon a low stool. The suitors gather. They are pleased at first. A contest of strength seems simpler than Penelope's weaving delays and careful words. Telemachus announces the rules, then attempts the bow himself. He plants one end against the floor and bends the wood. Once, twice, 3 times. He tries. On the 4th attempt, he nearly succeeds. Odysseus gives the slightest shake of his head. Telemachus stops and sets the bow down, pretending disappointment. The suitors take turns. Laodes, a priest among them, tries first and fails. Others warm the bow near the fire and rub it with fat, hoping to soften the wood. Strong men strain until their hands tremble. The bow does not yield. Antinous suggests postponing the contest until after a sacrifice to Apollo. He speaks piously, though his true devotion at that moment is to avoiding embarrassment. Odysseus asks to try. The hall erupts in laughter. The suitors complain that wine has confused the beggar, or that success would fill him with dangerous ideas. Penelope says the stranger may attempt it. Antinous objects again, but Telemachus asserts his authority and sends his mother upstairs. Eumaeus carries the bow to Odysseus. The swineherd's hands shake, not because he doubts the beggar, but because some part of him has begun to understand. Philoetius, the loyal cowherd, closes the outer doors. Euryclea locks the women's quarters and orders the maids to remain inside. A heavy oak bar drops into place. The sound is quiet. It changes everything. Odysseus examines the bow. He turns it in his hands, checking the horn wood and sinew for damage as a musician tests a familiar instrument. One suitor jokes that the beggar must have been a bow merchant. Another suggests he hopes to make a copy. Odysseus strings it in one smooth motion. The bow gives a clear note. It sounds through the hall like the first call of a swallow beneath spring rafters. Zeus answers with thunder outside. Odysseus takes an arrow. He shoots through all 12 axe sockets. The shaft passes cleanly from the first opening to the last and strikes the wall beyond. Silence follows. Telemachus takes his spear and stands beside him. Odysseus casts off the beggar's rags. He names himself. For a heartbeat, the suitors do not believe him. Then they see the bow, the scar, and the face no disguise can fully hide. Odysseus looses the first arrow at Antinous. The old scribe keeps the struggle within the restraint of firelight and shadow. Cups overturn, benches scrape. Men shout and reach for weapons that are no longer there. The doors remain barred. Eurymachus tries to bargain. He blames Antinous for everything and promises repayment many times over. Odysseus refuses. Wealth cannot restore slaughtered herds, abused servants, plots against Telemachus, or years stolen beneath his own roof. The fight moves through the hall. Telemachus, Eumaeus, and Philoetius stand beside Odysseus. Spears are passed from the storeroom. Athena appears in the shape of Mentor and urges them onward. At moments, weapons aimed at Odysseus turn aside as though caught by an unseen hand. Melanthius, the disloyal goatherd, finds a passage to the weapon room and arms several suitors. Eumaeus and Philoetius catch him during a second attempt and secure him in the storeroom, leaving judgment for later. The remaining suitors resist, but the hall that once protected their feasting becomes a trap. Their numbers fall. The violence is swift, confused, and final. When silence returns, Odysseus lowers the bow. The hearth still burns. Rain still touches the courtyard. Nothing outside has changed yet. The long occupation of his house has ended. Euryclea comes from the women's quarters. She looks across the hall and begins to cry out in triumph. Odysseus stops her. This is not a moment for boasting over the dead. He asks her to name the loyal and disloyal servants. Those who remained faithful are brought forward. The hall is cleaned. Fresh water is carried in. The soiled rushes are gathered and burned outside. Sulphur is used to purify the rooms, its sharp smoke moving beneath the rafters. Many ancient households believe sulphur drives away corruption and hostile spirits. Medieval people use juniper smoke, holy water bells, and blessed salt for similar purposes. No one can quite agree which unseen things dislike smoke most, though everyone agrees it makes a room difficult to remain in. Odysseus sends Euryclea to Penelope. The nurse hurries upstairs and announces that the king has returned. Penelope does not leap from her bed. She believes the old woman has lost her senses. Even when Euryclea describes the scar, doubt remains. Perhaps a god has punished the suitors and taken Odysseus's form. Perhaps grief has become a dream shared by the whole house. She descends slowly. Odysseus sits beside a pillar, washed and dressed in clean clothing. Athena restores strength and brightness to his appearance. He seems taller in the lamplight. Penelope sits opposite him. She says nothing. Telemachus becomes impatient. He accuses his mother of having a heart harder than stone. Odysseus smiles faintly and tells him to wait. Penelope has reason for caution. At last, she orders a servant to move Odysseus's bed outside the chamber and prepare it for him elsewhere. Odysseus reacts at once. No one can move that bed. He built it around a living olive tree rooted inside the house. He shaped the trunk into one bedpost, fitted the frame around it, carved the wood, and stretched hide across the surface. To move it, someone must cut the tree or destroy the room. Penelope begins to weep. Only Odysseus knows the secret. She crosses the space between them, takes his face in her hands, and asks forgiveness for testing him. They embrace as a sailor clings to land after shipwreck. Athena lengthens the night. The moon seems to pause above Ithaca while husband and wife speak. Odysseus tells of the road home, the Cyclops, Circe, the dead, the cattle of the sun, Calypso, and the Phaeacians. Penelope tells of the suitors, the loom Telemachus growing, and each year of uncertain waiting. Neither can return to who they were before Troy. They meet instead as two people changed by endurance. Morning eventually enters the shutters. Odysseus goes to the country farm where Laertes lives among servants and orchards. He tests his aged father with one last false story, but grief quickly makes the game cruel. Odysseus reveals the scar and names the trees Laertes gave him. As a child 13 pear trees, 10 apple trees, 40 fig trees, and rows of vines. Laertes recognizes him. Father and son embrace beneath the orchard branches. Yet the families of the suitors gather in anger. They march toward the farm, demanding revenge. For a final moment, Ithaca stands near another cycle of killing. Athena intervenes. Zeus sends thunder. The goddess commands both sides to stop and forget the feud. Fear, exhaustion, and divine authority accomplish what argument might not. Weapons lower. Peace settles uneasily, then truly. That evening monastery bells seem to cross the sea and ring above Ithaca. Lamps burn in Odysseus's restored hall. Fresh rushes cover the stone floor. Coarse bread, olives, pottage, and smoked fish are placed upon the table, modest food after years of wasteful feasting. The wandering dog curls beside the hearth. Penelope sits near the living olive bed. Telemachus speaks quietly with Eumaeus. Odysseus warms his hands above the fire and listens to the ordinary sounds of home, a clay bowl set down wool blankets, shaken out an oak door barred against the night. The journey has not returned him unchanged. It has returned him alive. Outside the sea moves beneath the stars, but for once no ship waits upon it. You remain beside the restored hearth of Ithaca until the bowls are cleared and the last lamp is trimmed. Penelope's loom stands silent upstairs. Telemachus has gone to bar the oak doors. Eumaeus sleeps near the servants' fire, and Odysseus rests with one hand upon the arm of his old chair, as though the solid wood still surprises him. Then the monastery bell sounds again. Its slow note crosses the island, the sea, and the long road of the tale. The hall of Odysseus softens into the guest house where the ink-stained scribe sits beneath soot-black rafters. The half-burned candle has almost reached its iron socket. Rain no longer strikes the shutters. Frost has begun to whiten the outer yard, and horse breath drifts beyond the door like pale smoke. The suspicious monk has finally woken. He stirs a pot of pottage hanging above the coals, tastes it adds salt, tastes it again and looks disappointed that the second spoonful has not become roast goose. Medieval kitchens often rely upon faith onions and the hope that no one remembers yesterday's supper. The scribe turns to another parchment leaf. Its edge is decorated with tiny painted vines and a figure holding a lyre. Gold catches the firelight around the instrument's strings. The dog beneath the bench opens one eye. This next road, the scribe says, also descends among the dead, but it begins with music. You find yourself upon a green hillside in Thrace where shepherd paths wind between rocks, and the morning sun lies warm across fields of thyme. Goats move beneath crooked pines. Bees gather among purple flowers. A young man sits beside a spring, holding a lyre against his chest. He is Orpheus. When his fingers touch the strings, the sound seems simple at first, no louder than water passing over stone. Then the hillside begins to listen. Birds settle upon branches, sheep stop tearing grass. A fox steps from the brush and sits beside a lamb without considering lunch, which may be the most convincing miracle in the entire tale. Even the trees lean closer, or so the poets insist. No one can quite agree whether trunks truly bend toward Orpheus, or whether listeners merely remember the wind moving at the proper moment. Those who tell the tale never fully agree, but all say that his music reaches places ordinary speech cannot enter. You walk beside him, along forest tracks and village roads. At market squares, potters pause with clay on their hands. Smiths let their hammers rest upon anvils. Women, carding wool at open doors, lean into the song. Children stop chasing chickens. A toll collector forgets to demand payment from a passing cart, though only until the final note proving that art has limit. Orpheus sings of rivers, harvests, stars, and the old gods whose names cling to mountains. He sings of winter, storehouses filled before frost of bread, divided beside watchfires, and of travellers returning along muddy roads. His songs carry both sorrow and comfort, as though each understands the other. Among those who hear him is Eurydice. You see her first beneath poplar trees near a river meadow, gathering flowers into the fold of her dress. She looks up when the lyre begins. The morning is bright, and pollen hangs like gold dust above the grass. Orpheus sees her. The song changes. It grows quieter, no longer meant for hills, birds, or crowds. It becomes one narrow path between two people. Their love unfolds without the noise of heroic conquest. They walk beside streams. They share bread beneath an oak. Eurydice laughs when Orpheus tries to help grind barley and sends half the grain across the floor. He is a gifted musician and an alarming threat to household efficiency. They marry. Garlands hang above the doorway. Wine is mixed in broad bowls. Neighbours bring cheese honey cakes, woven cloth, and small lamps. Musicians play, though Orpheus is persuaded to rest his hands for part of the feast. A bride in your medieval world may carry rosemary wear blue thread for faithfulness, or keep a coin in her shoe against poverty. Here, Eurydice wears flowers and receives prayers for a long life, yet the omens are uneasy. The wedding torch smokes instead of burning cleanly. A bird cries from the wrong side of the road. Some guests say the flame bends because of wind. Others lower their voices and touch protective charms. Misfortune comes soon. While walking through tall grass, Eurydice startles at the approach of a man whose intentions the storytellers describe in different ways. She runs. Beneath the flowers a snake lies hidden. It strikes her ankle. The scribe does not linger over pain. You see Eurydice stumble, the flowers scatter, and sunlight continue across the meadow with terrible calm. By evening, she is dead. The house that held wedding songs now hears lamentation. Women wash and prepare the body. Oil lamps burn near the bier. Friends bring cloth bread and jars for the rites. In many places, people cover reflective metal or turn bowls upside down after a death, fearing the soul may become confused and remain among familiar objects. Some tie a small thread to the dead hand, hoping love may guide the spirit. No one can quite agree whether such customs comfort the departed, but they give the living something to do when nothing can be repaired. Orpheus sits beside Eurydice without playing. For days the lyre remains silent. He walks away from the house and into the hills. He refuses feasts. He sleeps beneath trees, wrapped in a rough cloak, while frost gathers upon the grass. Villagers leave bread near the paths for him, but often he does not touch it. At last he plays again. The music is grief given shape. Rivers seem to slow. Stones appear to soften beneath rain. Shepherds hear the song from distant ridges and remove their caps. Even the gods, it is said, turn their attention toward the earth. Orpheus decides that death itself must listen. He will descend into the underworld and ask for Eurydice. You follow him toward a cave hidden beyond a ravine. The entrance opens beneath yew trees and black rock. No shrine stands there, only old offerings left by frightened travellers, a cracked cup, a bronze pin, dried flowers, a child's wooden whistle. A cold breath comes from below. Orpheus carries no sword. He carries the lyre. The path descends through stone passages where water drips without echo. Roots hang from the ceiling. The daylight narrows behind you until it resembles a small silver coin, then vanishes. You feel the weight of the earth overhead. At a dark river waits Charon, ferryman of the dead. His boat lies against the bank. The shades gather silently, each carrying the dim memory of a face. Charon refuses the living man. Orpheus plays. The melody moves over the black water. The ferryman's hard expression changes. His hands loosen upon the pole. Without further argument, he allows Orpheus aboard. The boat crosses. Water laps against the wood. No stars reflect upon it. The dead stand close, yet none cast warmth. On the far shore waits Cerberus the hound with 3 heads. His growl shakes the cavern. Orpheus plays again. One head lowers, then another, then the third. The great beast lies down across the threshold and closes 6 eyes. The monastery dog beneath the bench gives a pleased sigh, perhaps feeling that professional courtesy has been observed. Beyond Cerberus, the underworld stretches like a kingdom without dawn. You pass the fields where shades move beneath asphodel. You see Tantalus reaching for water that withdraws. You see Sisyphus bracing beneath his stone. For one brief moment the rock pauses upon the slope while he listens to Orpheus. Ixion's wheel slows. The daughters who carry water in broken jars stop their endless work. Music does not free them, it gives them rest. At last Orpheus reaches the throne of Hades and Persephone. Hades sits in shadow, stern and still. Beside him, Persephone wears a dark robe edged with the memory of spring. Pomegranate seeds seem to glow like garnets in the carved panels behind her. Orpheus does not demand. He sings. He sings of Eurydice gathering flowers by the river. He sings of the wedding torch that failed, of the empty loom, and of 2 cups remaining upon a table when only one hand reaches for them. He says all mortals must come to this kingdom eventually. He does not ask to steal Eurydice forever, only to borrow the years cut away before their time. Even the dead weep, though their tears are only a faint shining in the air. Persephone listens with her head bowed. Hades, who does not change his mind, easily looks toward his queen. They agree. Eurydice may return, but there is one condition. Orpheus must walk before her along the path to the upper world. He must not turn around. He must not look back until both stand beneath the open sky. The condition sounds simple. Simple conditions are often the most dangerous because they leave no monster to blame. Orpheus accepts. A shade approaches behind him. He hears a soft step. It is Eurydice. He cannot look. The climb begins. You walk beside Orpheus through the same dark passages. His lyre hangs silent against his back. Behind him comes the faint sound of Eurydice's sandals touching stone. At first he trusts it. Step, pause, step. The path rises, then the sound grows softer. Orpheus wonders whether she is still there. Perhaps Hades has deceived him. Perhaps shades make no sound. Perhaps Eurydice has stumbled. He wants to speak, but fear tightens his throat. The darkness presses close. Ahead, far above, appears a pale opening. Daylight. Orpheus continues. He hears nothing behind him now. No breath. No footstep. The silence becomes unbearable. Those who tell the tale never fully agree. What thought defeats him? Some say love. Some say doubt. Some say he reaches the upper world but forgets that Eurydice remains one step within the shadow. Even now it is hard to tell whether he turns because he does not trust the gods or because he cannot bear one more moment without seeing her. He looks back. Eurydice stands behind him. For one instant she is clear, her face, her outstretched hand, the folds of her dress. Then the darkness takes her. She whispers farewell. Orpheus reaches for her, but his fingers close upon cold air. Charon will not carry him back a second time. For 7 days Orpheus remains beside the river of the dead, without food. He begs. He plays. The ferryman does not move. At last Orpheus returns alone. He climbs into daylight, but the world seems thinner than before. Birds still gather when he plays, trees still lean, villagers still stop along roads. Yet every song carries the silence that came after Eurydice's final step. He wanders through Thrace. Winter passes into spring. He sleeps in abandoned shepherd huts and monastery-like guest rooms offered by strangers who know nothing of his name but recognize grief. He shares coarse bread beside roadside fires. He watches market stalls open at dawn and hears bells from distant sanctuaries. Some swear that Orpheus teaches sacred mysteries afterward, promising that the soul may find a better path beyond death. Others say he rejects every comfort and sings only to rocks. No one can quite agree how long he wanders. His own end comes beneath the hills, told in many forms and rarely gently. The scribe softens it into distance. You hear only a storm of voices, the lyre falling, and the river carrying music after the hands that made it are still. Even then the song does not vanish. The muses gather the pieces of the lyre and place it among the stars. The head of Orpheus legend says, continues to sing as it floats towards the sea. It is an image too strange to be quiet. So the scribe closes that portion of the parchment before the suspicious monk objects to it during supper. What matters in the dim guest house is simpler. Orpheus enters the land of death armed with no bronze, no shield, and no clever false name. He moves its rulers through the patient telling of love. He nearly brings Eurydice home. Nearly. The word settles beside the hearth. You look toward the oak door where frost now silvers the threshold. The half-burned candle finally gutters out, leaving only the fire and the gold leaf on the painted lyre. The dog shifts closer to your boot. Outside, a narrow road winds toward another shore, another king's son, and a ship carrying young men toward the island of Crete. The monastery fire settles behind you as the scribe turns one more decorated leaf. Gold dust glimmers around a painted maze, all crooked passages and square towers, while a thin red line threads from its center to the margin. The road beneath your feet becomes warmer. Frost disappears from the stones. The bare trees of the monastery yard soften into olive branches trembling above an Athenian hillside. Dawn spreads over tiled roofs, shrines, smoke workshops, and narrow streets where donkeys carry amphorae toward the market. Bakers lift coarse loaves from clay ovens, while women sweep the thresholds. Yet the city wakes beneath sorrow. At the harbour, a black-sailed ship waits. Every 9th year, According to the old agreement, Athens must send 7 young men and 7 young women to Crete. They are tribute demanded by King Minos after the death of his son Androgeos and the war that follows. Some tellers say the tribute comes every year. Others say every 7 or 9 years. No one can quite agree whether ancient kings keep poor calendars or later storytellers simply dislike arithmetic. Whatever the interval, the grief is real. Families gather along the quay while a priest scatters barley over the deck and pours wine into the water. Among the chosen stands Theseus, son of King Aegeus. He has volunteered to go. He is young, broad-shouldered, and certain that courage can solve what fear has allowed to continue. He promises his father that he will kill the Minotaur and free Athens from the tribute. Aegeus does not share his confidence. The king holds his son's shoulders and looks at the black sail overhead. If Theseus returns alive, he says the crew must replace it with a white sail before entering the harbour. The colour will tell him from the cliffs whether the mission succeeds. Theseus promises. Promises made at departure are often bright, simple things. They have not yet met hunger exhaustion, grief weather, or the remarkable human talent for forgetting exactly the one task everyone agreed mattered most. You board with him. The young Athenians sit close together beneath wool cloaks despite the warm morning. A basket of bread rests near the mast. Water jars are sealed with wax. Dried figs, onions, and smoked fish lie wrapped in linen. One sailor tucks a small bronze image of Poseidon beneath the steering bench, while another quietly adds a garlic bulb beside it, because his grandmother insists garlic repels both sickness and things with unnatural appetites. The ship leaves Athens. Oars rise and fall, the black sail fills. The city shrinks beneath the hills while Aegeus remains upon the shore until distance erases him. For days the voyage moves south across a restless sea. At night the chosen youth sleep between rowing benches. Salt stiffens their hair. Lantern light swings across worried faces. Theseus speaks with them one by one, promising that they will not die in Crete. Some believe him, some pretend to. The wandering dog curls near the prow, having once again entered the legend without invitation. It dislikes the ship's motion and gives Theseus a look suggesting that heroism should ideally take place on dry land. At last, Crete rises from the sea. The island appears broad and mountainous, its ridges blue beneath the sun. Harbours cut into the coast. Fields climb toward villages where white walls shine between groves of olive and cypress. Above them stands the palace at Knossos, immense and complicated, painted with red columns and bright walls. The Athenians are led ashore. Cretan guards escort you through crowded streets where bull images appear upon pottery seals, cloth borders, and doorways. The bull is sacred here. People tell stories of the white bull Poseidon once sent to King Minos as a sign of divine favor. Minos was meant to sacrifice it, but he admired the animal and kept it. The god's anger twisted the royal household in punishment. From that tangled curse came the Minotaur, a creature with a man's body and a bull's head. Even now it is hard to tell whether the myth remembers some old ritual, a royal scandal, or the fearful shape given to things hidden inside palaces. The creature lives below the palace. Daedalus, the greatest craftsman of the age, built the labyrinth to contain it. Its corridors turn back upon themselves. Doors open into false rooms. Stairs descend only to rise elsewhere. A person may walk all day and return to the same wall without understanding how. In medieval castles, mysterious tunnels are usually drains or forgotten cellars. The labyrinth, however, justifies every rumour. From an upper gallery, Ariadne sees Theseus. She is the daughter of Minos. Some swear Aphrodite causes her to love him at once. Others say she sees a courageous stranger and decides that her father's tribute has continued long enough. Perhaps both are true. Gods often receive credit for choices mortals have already begun to make. That night, Ariadne finds Theseus in a guarded courtyard. Torchlight moves across painted walls. Guards sleep near the gate, though one keeps a spear across his knees and snores with impressive discipline. Ariadne wears a dark cloak and carries a small bundle. She asks Theseus whether he truly intends to face the Minotaur. He says yes. She tells him that strength will not be enough. Even if he kills the creature, the maze will keep him until hunger does what the monster cannot. From the bundle she draws a ball of thread. The wool is dyed deep red, bright as sealing wax. She gives him one end and explains that he must tie it at the entrance. He should unwind it as he walks, then follow it back. It is a humble solution. No enchanted sword, no winged sandals, no thunderbolt. Only spun wool, the patient work of hands at a loom. In cottages, thread repairs sleeves, binds herbs, and marks measured cloth. Here it becomes a road through darkness. Ariadne also gives Theseus a sword. In return, she asks that he take her away from Crete and marry her. Theseus agrees. The promise is spoken softly beneath the torches. No priest hears it. No tablet records it, yet Ariadne trusts him. Before dawn, the Athenians are taken to the labyrinth. You descend stone steps beneath the palace. The air grows cool and damp. Torch smoke stains the ceiling. Water drips somewhere beyond sight. At the entrance, guards count the captives and unlock a bronze-bound door. Theseus hides the sword beneath his cloak. He ties Ariadne's thread to a stone projection near the threshold. The red line looks fragile against the black wall. The door closes behind you. The labyrinth receives you in silence. At first, the passage is wide enough for 3 people. Then it narrows. Walls lean inward. The floor slopes without warning. Openings appear to the left and right, each identical in the weak torchlight. Theseus orders the others to remain near the entrance while he goes deeper alone. You follow him, because the tale has decided that you do not possess the useful option of waiting safely outside. He unwinds the thread. Step by step, The red line stretches behind you. The corridors smell of stone, damp straw, old smoke, and something animal. Scratches mark the lower walls. Broken pottery lies in corners. At one turning, a pile of dried laurel leaves has been arranged as an offering. Perhaps an earlier captive hoped the maze had a god. Perhaps the leaves simply fell from someone's frightened hands. Theseus listens. At first he hears only his own breathing, then comes a low sound from far ahead. It is not quite a roar. It resembles the deep complaint of a bull heard through several walls. The noise travels strangely, seeming close and distant at once. The maze turns again. Theseus finds hoofprints in dust. The marks grow fresher. His torch gutters. He shields it with one hand and continues. The thread catches on a rough stone, and for one terrible moment, it stops unrolling. He kneels, frees it carefully, and moves on. A hero may face a monster with a sword, yet still be defeated by wool snagged upon masonry. The world remains committed to balance. At last the corridor opens into a broad chamber. The Minotaur waits there. He is larger than any man, with heavy shoulders, dark hair, and the head of a bull. His horns curve outward, chains lie broken near one wall, a stone trough stands empty. The creature's breath moves hot in the cold chamber. Theseus raises the sword. The Minotaur charges. You retreat against the wall as hoofbeats strike the stone. Theseus leaps aside. The horns pass close enough to tear his cloak. He turns and strikes, but the creature wheels with astonishing speed. The struggle is hard and close. Theseus slips upon damp stone, recovers, and uses a pillar to turn the next charge. The scribe lets shadow hide the harshest blows. Finally, Theseus catches one horn with both hands. He twists aside, draws the creature off balance, and drives the sword home. The Minotaur falls. Silence returns. Theseus stands bent over, breathing hard. The victory does not feel like a feast or song. The creature lies in the chamber where it has lived as both prisoner and terror, born from a punishment it did not choose. Some swear the Minotaur is only a monster. Others wonder whether it is also a victim of the house that hides it. Those who tell the tale never fully agree. Theseus wipes the blade. Then he takes up the red thread. Without it, every passage looks unfamiliar. With it, the way back becomes possible. He follows the line through turns he no longer remembers choosing. The thread rises over steps, bends around corners, and disappears briefly into darkness before drawing him onward. At the entrance, the waiting Athenians see the red strand move. Theseus appears. For one breath, no one speaks. Then relief breaks through them. The bronze-bound door is opened from within using the key Ariadne has secretly provided. The youths escape into the grey light before sunrise. Ariadne waits near the harbour. She has gathered food, water, and a cloak. Her hands shake as she sees Theseus alive. The Athenians board quickly. Cretan guards will soon discover the empty passage and the dead creature below. Sailors cut the moorings. Oars enter the water. Ariadne stands beside Theseus as Crete recedes. The red thread remains looped around her wrist. The ship turns north, yet victory carries its own shadow. They stop upon the island of Naxos. The reasons differ with every telling. Some say a storm forces them ashore. Some say Theseus chooses to rest. Some say the god Dionysus appears in a dream and claims Ariadne as his destined bride. At dawn the ship leaves without her. Whether Theseus abandons Ariadne, willingly obeys a god, or believes he has no choice, no one can quite agree. Ariadne wakes upon the shore and sees the sail moving away. She calls after him. The sea gives no answer. Later stories say Dionysus finds her, places a crown upon her head, and raises that crown among the stars. It is a splendid ending, but splendor does not erase the loneliness of the beach at dawn. Theseus continues toward Athens. The survivors are safe. The tribute ended and songs will be made of the maize. But the black sail remains above the mast. Perhaps grief over Ariadne distracts him. Perhaps exhaustion dulls every thought. Perhaps the crew assumes someone else will change it. This is how many important tasks disappear. Not through malice, but through several people believing another person has remembered. On the cliffs above Athens, Aegeus watches the horizon. He sees the ship. He sees the black sail. Believing his son dead, the king throws himself into the sea below. The water will carry his name ever afterward. When Theseus enters the harbour, celebration meets mourning. He has saved the young Athenians and lost his father. He has escaped the maze and failed the promise made before departure. Victory and grief arrive in the same ship. The monastery fire glows low as the scribe closes the painted page. The red thread in the margin ends not at a throne but beside dark water. Outside the guest house, the first hint of dawn touches the frost. Somewhere beyond the hills, winter fields wait beneath the earth, and another old tale begins with a daughter gathering flowers before the world grows cold. The monastery guest house remains around you, but only lightly. Frost whitens the yard beyond the oak door. The fire has fallen to a red bed of coals, and the suspicious monk now sleeps, with both hands folded over his stomach, perhaps dreaming that the pottage has finally become roast goose. Beside him, the ink-stained scribe lifts the last parchment leaf. Its painted border is divided in two. Along one side, green vines climb through gold flowers. Along the other, bare branches twist beneath silver clouds. At the centre stands a young woman holding a pomegranate. The scribe touches the image. The frozen yard becomes a meadow. You walk beneath a mild sky where narcissus, crocus iris and violet grow among tall grasses. Bees move lazily between flowers. A spring runs over smooth stones, and young women gather blossoms into woven baskets. Among them is Persephone, daughter of Demeter. She bends to pick a flower more beautiful than the rest, a narcissus with 100 fragrant heads, or so the storytellers say. Its petals shine white and gold. No one can quite agree whether the flower grows there by chance, by the will of Zeus, or as a trap placed by Gaia herself. Persephone reaches for it. The earth opens. A chariot rises from the dark ground, drawn by black horses whose breath clouds the warm air. Hades, lord of the underworld, holds the reins. Before the others can reach her, he seizes Persephone and carries her downward. The meadow closes, only scattered flowers remain. You hear her cry for her mother, but the sound passes through stone root and deep running water. Hecate hears from her cave. Helios the sun sees from above. Demeter hears only an echo and does not know where her daughter has gone. She begins to search. For 9 days, Demeter walks across the earth carrying burning torches. She eats no ambrosia. She drinks no nectar. She does not bathe. She asks gods, rivers, shepherds and women at wells whether they have seen Persephone. You follow her along dusty roads and forest tracks. At night she rests beside roadside shrines where travellers have left bread ribbons and small clay figures. In your medieval world, a mother seeking a lost child may light candles before a saint, pin a scrap of clothing beside a relic, or carry a pilgrim badge from one holy place to another. Hope often needs something the hand can hold. Demeter finds no answer until Hecate approaches with a torch. Together they go to Helios. The sun god tells the truth. Zeus allowed Hades to take Persephone as his bride. Hades is powerful and wealthy, Helios says, and not an unworthy husband among immortals. Demeter does not find this comforting. A fine hall does not make captivity into consent. Gold cups, black horses, and an excellent underground estate do not replace the simple courtesy of asking. She leaves Olympus. Disguised as an old woman, Demeter wanders among mortals. Her skin appears lined, her hair grey, and a dark cloak hangs around her shoulders. She comes to Eleusis and rests beside a well beneath an olive tree. 4 daughters of King Celeus arrive, carrying bronze water jars. They see the old stranger and ask who she is. Demeter gives a false name and says pirates took her from Crete, though she escaped before being sold into service. Gods and wandering kings alike seem to favor Cretan stories when truth requires temporary shelter. The girls bring her to their mother queen, Metaneira. The palace is not grand like Alcinous's hall. It is warm, busy, and filled with mortal work. Servants spin wool, bread bakes near the hearth, rushes cover the floor mixed with herbs to soften the smell of smoke and damp sandals. A baby cries in an upper room. Demeter stands at the threshold with her head bowed. An old servant named Iamba offers her a stool covered with fleece. Demeter refuses wine and asks instead for a drink of barley, meal water, and mint. Iamba makes dry jokes until the goddess smiles for the first time since Persephone vanished. No one remembers the jokes clearly. Perhaps this is mercy. Ancient humor, like monastery cheese, does not always survive the journey through time. Metaneira asks Demeter to nurse her infant son Demophon. The goddess agrees. Under her care the child grows with unnatural strength. By day, Demeter anoints him with ambrosia. By night, she places him within the fire, burning away his mortal weakness while keeping him unharmed. This sounds alarming because it is. One night, Metanera sees the baby in the flames and screams. Demeter snatches him from the hearth, angry that fear has interrupted the ritual. She reveals her divine form. Light fills the room. Her grey disguise falls away and golden hair spreads across her shoulders. The family kneels. Demeter commands the people of Eleusis to build a temple for her. They obey, raising stone walls and an altar upon the hill. There the goddess sits apart from gods and mortals, refusing to let crops grow. The earth changes. Seeds remain closed beneath the soil. Barley does not rise. Vines fail. Olive branches bear little fruit. Sheep find no grass upon the hills. Storehouses empty. You cross villages where winter lasts beyond its proper time. People scrape the last grain from wooden bins. Pottage grows thinner. Coarse loaves become smaller. Dried peas, onions, and smoked fish are counted carefully. In monastery gardens, brothers hang little bags of blessed salt from fruit trees and ring handbells against frost, because some believe sound frightens away the spirits that spoil buds. The bells ring. Nothing grows. Demeter's grief has become a famine. The gods begin to lose the smoke and offerings mortals once gave them. Zeus sends Iris to summon Demeter back to Olympus, but she refuses. Other gods come with gifts and promises. None move her. She will restore the earth only when Persephone is returned. Zeus finally sends Hermes below. You descend again. But this underworld feels different from the road of Odysseus and Orpheus. There is no frightened ship, no lyre pleading at the gates. Hermes passes swiftly beneath the earth, his bright sandals touching neither dust nor shadow. He finds Persephone beside Hades. Those who tell the tale never fully agree how she lives there. Some describe her as sorrowful and unwilling. Others show her already seated as Queen Grave and powerful, learning the names of the dead. Even now it is hard to tell where captivity ends and the later dignity of her rule begins. Hades hears Zeus's command. He agrees to release her. Before she leaves, he offers her pomegranate seeds. Persephone eats them. Some say she takes 6 seeds, others say 4, 3, or only 1. The number changes, but the meaning remains. She has tasted the food of the underworld and cannot leave it forever. Hermes leads her upward. The road rises through darkness. Roots appear overhead. Damp soil gives way to stone, then pale daylight. At the surface, Demeter waits. Mother and daughter run toward one another. The earth answers before either speaks. Grass rises beneath their feet. Buds open upon branches. Crocus flowers push through cold ground. Wheat begins to green across fields that seemed dead. Birds return to hedges. Streams loosen from winter ice. Demeter holds Persephone and asks whether she ate anything below. Persephone tells her of the pomegranate. Because she has eaten the seeds, a settlement must be made. She will spend part of each year with Hades beneath the earth and the rest with Demeter above. When Persephone descends, Demeter grieves and the fields fall quiet. When Persephone returns, the earth flowers. The tale gives the seasons a family sorrow. Winter becomes absence. Spring becomes reunion, and every harvest carries the knowledge that nothing green remains forever. Yet the story is not only about loss. Below, Persephone becomes queen of the dead. She listens to those who arrive without status, wealth, or warmth. She stands beside Hades not merely as the stolen maiden of the meadow, but as a power whose name mortals speak with caution. Above, Demeter teaches the people of Eleusis sacred rites, promising that death is not the end of every road. The details remain secret. Initiates refuse to reveal what they see within the torchlit sanctuary. Some swear the rites show a cut ear of grain. Others speak of darkness, light, and a sacred reunion. No one can quite agree because those who knew were forbidden to tell, which is an unusually effective way to preserve both mystery and enthusiastic speculation. The scribe lowers his voice. In the meadow, Persephone walks beside her mother. They gather flowers once more, but now she recognizes the shadows beneath their roots. The pomegranate rests in her hand, red as an ember. Autumn comes gently. Farmers cut grain with curved sickles. Sheaves stand in rows. Carts groan along muddy lanes. Women dry apples and herbs for winter. Monastery storehouses fill with barley beans, wax-salted meat, and barrels of ale. Every household prepares for the months when the earth appears empty. Yet, beneath the furrows, seeds wait. They do not look alive. They lie in cold darkness, hidden from bells and sunlight. Still they wait. The monastery guest house returns fully around you. The final parchment rests open upon the scribe's knees. Frost glimmers outside, but the east is pale with approaching morning. The iron key remains beside the empty clay cup. The broken cartwheel leans near the stable wall. The relic no one trusts sits in its little silver box above the hearth, gathering dust with admirable dignity. The dog rises, stretches, and circles once before settling against your boots. The suspicious monk wakes and lifts the lid from the pottage. Steam touches his face. He decides with the solemn courage of a martyr that breakfast is ready. The long night of stories has carried you from Troy to Ithaca, beneath the earth, and back again through seas, forests, palaces, caves, and fields. Now the final bell begins to ring. You sit without moving as the bell fades into morning. No road asks anything more of you now. The gates are closed, the horses stand in their stalls, and the last coal rests beneath a covering of ash. Beyond the shutters, frost lies over the fields like white wool. Under that stillness, roots hold fast. Seeds sleep in the dark earth. They do not hurry towards spring, and spring does not forget them. The scribe ties the parchment with its red cord. His ink-stained hands become still upon the table. The monk lowers the fire. One by one the sounds of the guest-house soften the scrape of a bowl, the sigh of the dog, the settling of oak, the distant breath of the river beneath mist. You draw the wool blanket higher around your shoulders. Troy is far away, the Cyclops' cave is sealed, the Sirens sing beyond hearing. Odysseus rests beside Penelope. Orpheus lays down his lyre. Ariadne's thread shines among the stars, and Persephone walks upward through the roots toward light. Nothing follows you from those roads. You are safe beside the fading hearth. Let your hands grow warm. Let your breathing become slow and easy. The cold stones hold no discomfort now, only the calm of a place that has stood through many winters. The bells will keep the hours without your help. The monks will wake, the bread will rise, and the world will turn toward morning. For now, you may rest. The fire becomes a red glow, then a softer glow, then almost nothing at all. Outside, the first bird waits beneath the eaves. Inside, darkness gathers around the blankets, the benches, and the sleeping dog. Close your eyes. The road is finished. The door is barred. The night is kind, and you are home.